watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook, giving you a live look right now inside our streaming studio as we get things going on what has been a bit of a busy morning and is going to continue to be a busy day throughout the rest of the afternoon. So you are in the right spot if you are wanting to track breaking news and a lot of other things that are happening now throughout the day. Again, this is the place to be for that. And so thanks for joining us here on Fox Local today. A couple of things that we are watching right now that I want to give you a live look at. Right now, Johnson Space Center in Houston, where the Artemis II astronauts are going to be presented with the Congressional Medal of Honor. It is a huge honor and award, one of the top honors that anyone could get in the entire country. And President Trump is going to be there to award that Medal of Honor to the Artemis II crew. We're talking about Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen. These are names that have become household names in so many ways over the past few months as America was really just enamored with their journey around the moon and the way they have been ambassadors for the space program since. Something that we have been watching obviously very closely here along Florida's Space Coast and the impact of it and future missions, just a lot of excitement around space and things right now. So I want to go ahead and listen in at this event. We're hearing right now from one of the NASA officials who is speaking ahead of the president, but the ceremony appears already getting underway. This is a live look from Houston, courtesy KRIV, our sister station there. And so let's go ahead and listen in live as this ceremony gets underway on this Friday.
And equip us to send humans on long-duration missions to the moon and Mars. As President Trump recognizes the Artemis II crew, I want those of you who were part of this mission to know that it is your dedication, your passion, and your drive that helped make all of this possible. The Artemis II took on the risk on behalf of humanity to help set our accomplishments at the moon in motion. And their achievements are possible only because of the unwavering commitment and talent of our workforce. The crew will be the first to tell you that they stood on the shoulders of thousands. Every milestone achieved during that mission was built during the late nights, the rigorous testing, and the meticulous engineering carried out by many of you. And as we look ahead to our next missions, we are pushing the boundaries of what is possible and ushering in a golden age of space exploration. And I could not be any prouder of this team as we carry that forward. Thank you.
All right, welcome back in here. Just wanted to jump in here. I was trying to listen to that and figure out what is exactly happening. if there was a video playing or what the situation may be. It appears that the NASA live stream for this event hasn't quite begun just yet, and so that may have just been a little bit of a warm-up for the upcoming event and what's going to be happening coming up any minute now. Again, a live look right now inside Johnson Space Center in Houston, where the Artemis II astronauts are going to receive the Congressional Space Medal of Honor. President Trump going to be speaking. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman going to be speaking as well, talking about what this crew did. Like we said, in many ways, they united the country with excitement over space and their mission. They spent 10 days flying around the moon, going farther than any humans have ever gone before, and really setting the stage for future missions as well. We've talked about some of the upcoming missions, Artemis II, the plans for a base on the moon where humans will live and operate and really serve as a way station as well for future missions to Mars. So this Artemis II mission was huge in so many ways, and the very least of which being just this crew that America in many ways fell in love with. Reed Wiseman, the commander, Victor Glover, the pilot, mission specialists, Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen as well. So we are keeping a close eye on this. We will get you back to this ceremony once it begins. So you won't miss any of that. We'll hear from the president coming up in just a little bit as well. A lot of other things we are also watching at this hour today, and so I want to kind of let you know where things are standing right now. Let me give you a live look right now outside the courthouse in Massachusetts, where the jury is still deliberating right now. Second day of deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy trial. She, of course, is accused of murdering her 3 children. Jury deliberations began yesterday afternoon. The jury was dismissed around 4 o'clock for the day. They came back at 9 o'clock today. Fox News is reporting that the jury did just a little bit ago. So we knew they had sent a note to the judge, which typically indicates a question or wanting to see something. Fox News is reporting that according to the defense, the jury had asked to see 2 bags of pills and a knife. So as what that means as to where they are in the deliberations or what their kind of thinking and mindset might be at this point, we don't know. But we are watching that closely, obviously. Let me give you a live look inside that courtroom as well. We will bring that verdict to you if and when that comes down. So you're in the right spot. We will be monitoring that and be keeping an eye on that for any updates from that courtroom. Let me also give you a live look right now in Tampa. This is in Hillsborough County, where the Hillsborough County Commission today is discussing and debating the Rays Stadium deal. So if you're saying, what? I thought they did that yesterday. That was this Tampa City Council that was on the hook for several $1 million as part of this Rays Stadium deal. Well, the Hillsborough County Commission it's a much bigger financial ask from them, and so there have been a lot of eyes watching this and what happens today in this meeting. Tampa City Council approved the deal 4-3, and if the Hillsborough County approves this today, then that is huge. That really gets the ball rolling when it comes to construction of a new stadium for the Tampa Bay Rays in Tampa on Dale Mabry Highway, right across the street from Raymond James Stadium. And as we've talked about, part of that deal also includes a kind of redone Hillsborough College campus and the mixed-use facilities around there, some retail, some apartments, that kind of thing as well. So we're watching that closely. We're going to listen in to some more of that public comment, and some of the questions that are happening as well. That is Ken Hagan, someone who is a crucial part of all of this, who is speaking right now. We're going to step aside, take a quick break right now, though. A lot of things we're watching, a lot of things that are about to get underway. And so we're going to step aside, take our first break this hour here on Fox 35 News Plus. But don't go anywhere because we have much more to come on the other side of this break. We are just getting started on this busy Friday. So keep it right here and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, taking a look at our streaming command center. Say hey, everybody, to Hayden Wiggs and Aaron Page, our trusty producers we've got in here on this Friday morning as we are getting things going on what is already proven to be a busy day. We are standing by and waiting for the start of this ceremony in Houston, Texas, Johnson Space Center there, where the Artemis II astronauts are going to be presented with a Medal of Honor, Congressional Space Medal of Honor. Quite an honor for that crew, and so that's going to be really cool to see. We'll hear from the president coming up in just a few minutes. It appears that may be about to get underway. The last time we checked, they were singing the national anthem or playing the national anthem there. And so it appears things might be getting underway shortly. And again, we will get you to that event when it begins. It appears as well that they have, I don't know if that's the actual capsule itself that's in the room there. I mean, that's kind of cool. Right below the American flag, and you can see spacesuits. So it's just really neat setup there, and going to be really cool to hear from the astronauts, from the NASA administrator, from the president, just to give you an idea of how big of a deal this really is. And looks like we are seeing some activity here right now. Some other NASA astronauts coming in, filing in. We know it wasn't too long ago that NASA announced the crew for Artemis III, some of the future missions that are going into space, going to the moon, and like we talked about just a few minutes ago, really setting the stage for some future missions. And right now, setting the stage quite literally as we prepare for this ceremony, and for three NASA astronauts and one Canadian Space Agency astronaut to receive this award and this honor. And so really cool moment, I'm sure, for many of the folks there. So we will get you there when that begins. It looks like there's still going to be a few minutes before things get underway. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll get you there as soon as that ceremony does begin. But right now, let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes in Hillsborough County. We're hearing from some of the commissioners asking questions about this Rays Stadium deal. So this is obviously something we're watching pretty closely here today. And so let's go ahead and listen in for a minute to hear just what some of this conversation is like right now. Some of the tone may give us some sort of indication of how things might be about to go this afternoon. As we've talked, this is a crucial step. And so let's go ahead and listen in.
Into that ordinance, therefore, it is my opinion, based upon all the other opinions that I've received, that we can proceed forward with this deal under the auspices of using CIT for a new professional sport.
I know from time to time we hear the term voter intent. Did they take a look at that too?
Yes, the second opinion that we received was from an election law expert from Carleton Field, and indicated that the concept of voter intent did not create an issue as it related to the use of funds. Okay,
so just want to get that on the record. And then the other issues was regarding my comments back in 2024 on the CIT. For those of you that recall, at that time, the previous ownership group had selected St. Pete for their forever home. So at that time, we all felt and believed there would never be another new stadium or ballpark in Hillsborough County. So that's the reason why I had absolutely no problem saying, yeah, I don't have any issue with prohibiting CIT dollars going toward a new ballpark or stadium. Right or wrong, as we just heard from the county attorney, that provision was never included in the ordinance or ballot language, and circumstances changed. So I just wanted to address that. Okay, I'm going to pass the gavel now to the vice chair, and I want to make a motion to approve the development and funding agreement, the guarantee, and the team non-relocation agreement in substantial forms presented, and allow the county attorney to conform all the documents, including the City of Tampa approved documents, and correct any scrivener's errors. And I know that currently, regarding the community benefits agreement, that it's, I guess, left blank. There's been discussion, I know, amongst staff. I know it's my understanding that I believe and correct me if I'm wrong, but over in St. Pete, that CBA was, I think, $50 million in that time frame. So I'm going to include in the motion that the community benefits agreement is $50 million, and I guess it's already included a 65%, 65-35 split, with the county getting 65, city getting 35. Is that correct?
That is correct. And in fact, the city council yesterday, when they took their action, part of their action was to have the county commission be the final place within the body of the document, the final number, number for the CRC, Community Benefits Agreement, with that split being in place. So that was left up to the county commission to determine.
So we're keeping an eye on that Hillsborough County meeting and what's happening right now. Also keeping an eye on the start of that NASA ceremony right now.
I just want to include that, along with the motion, that there's an expectation of a timing mechanism where investments in meaningful.
That is Ken Hagan there, who is making some sort of motions ahead of a vote on that Rays Stadium deal. So we'll keep monitoring that and keep an ear on that, because I do want to go ahead and get you to this ceremony. It does appear to be getting underway. And just for one note of clarification, that is a replica capsule, not the actual Orion capsule there that you are seeing at Johnson Space Center. So let's go ahead and listen in as things get underway here.
Training out there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor to be with you today. The Artemis II crew has just done an outstanding job of beginning the process that we went through almost 60 years ago now, in order to land on the moon and go further than that. As did those before us in the Apollo program and subsequently, we just rode the tip of the spear that was held by hundreds of thousands of Americans, and indeed by their families. They jointly made Apollo 17 the most productive lunar exploration mission that we have ever had, soon to be surpassed, right guys? Soon to be surpassed by Artemis. Now, I'd like to have those of you in the audience to raise their hands, and that should be just about everybody, who's either themselves or their families participated in Apollo. And that doesn't include the taxpayers, of course. It really was a remarkable time. Apollo 17's success, as the success of all the other missions, was owed to the patriotic dedication, the courage, the competence of young men and women, who designed and built and managed and trained and planned each of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo missions. It was an extraordinary privilege for me to be part of that, almost through most of Apollo, certainly the latter portions of it. Now, I'm often asked what it was like to stand on the moon for the first time, and what caught my attention was this valley we landed in. And I only hope that the astronauts behind me will soon surpass the view that I had of a valley deeper than the Grand Canyon. The mountains on the north went 5,000 feet plus above us, above the floor. The mountain on the south, the so-called South Massif, was 7,000 feet plus above the valley floor. And these mountains were brilliantly illuminated by a sun as bright as any New Mexico, Texas, or Arizona sun that you can imagine. But they were set against a blacker than black sky. Just an unbelievable view, and you simulate all of this while you remember that everything you're doing is costing the taxpayer $1 million a minute, and that was in those your dollars. You can do the math. Right, Senator? The Earth that you have a view of, and I've seen several on these magnificent videos that have been prepared. The Earth is, when you're in the valley of Taurus Littrow, is hanging over that South Massif that I mentioned. And of course, every once in a while, you have a chance to glance up and look at home. It's only 250,000 miles away. What the heck? But you know that there are thousands of people taking care of you. So you don't worry. I didn't worry about that. That was just no thought at all about worrying about any risk or anything like that that might exist. You try not to do stupid things, but nevertheless, no worry. Kids particularly ask me what walking around in 1/6 gravity is like. Well, if you've ever been on a trampoline, it's like walking on an infinite trampoline, one that never ends. And I've been blessed in my life, and one of the blessings was to spend time in Norway as a Fulbright student. And I learned to cross-country ski while I was there. And that turned out to be a great technique, folks, for walking on the moon. If you want to go any distance or any rate, just practice your cross-country skiing. Now, the temperature that we were dealing with varied basically over about 300 to 400 degrees, depending Fahrenheit or centigrade or Fahrenheit, depending on how you do it. And of course, anything the sun was illuminating in the absence of any atmosphere got very hot, including your suit. We had great cooling. We had water-cooled underwear, by the way, in case you've forgotten. And anything that's in the shade gets very cold. It's exposed to 4 degrees Kelvin, which is the space temperature. And maybe increasingly through my activities, continued activities as a researcher, you're sampling evidence of creation. That's what exploration of the moon and of the Earth, and eventually of the rest of the solar system is all about. We are sampling creation. God is on our side, folks. In this infinitely complex movement of freedom into the solar system, and I'm absolutely convinced he wants us to go farther. Now, he's also on our side as well as the infinitely equally complex challenge we have in the preservation of freedom here on this planet. And I'm sure Artemis will continue to do what is required and will make God proud of these critical endeavors. And I want to, in advance of his appearance, thank President Trump for the fantastic support that he has given to space exploration and settlement. God bless the United States of America. And it is now my pleasure to introduce Colonel Matt Anderson, the Deputy Administrator of NASA.
This event getting underway live right now at Johnson Space Center in Houston. We are getting ready to step aside, take a quick break right now. Don't worry, we'll get you right back to this ceremony. We're still expecting to hear from Jared Isaacman, from President Trump as well. So we're going to step aside, take a quick break. We still have so much more.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Coming up on 11:30 on this Friday. I want to get you back to NASA right now, the Johnson Space Center in Houston. We're hearing from the Deputy Administrator right now, still expecting to hear from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, from President Donald Trump as well. Number of other things we're monitoring right now I want to let you know about, including the Lindsey Clancy trial. Verdict watch there, awaiting a verdict on that, and then awaiting a vote in Hillsborough County on the Rays Stadium deal. So several things that we are keeping an eye on here as we move a little bit deeper into our Friday. The countdown to the weekend is on. But let's go ahead and get you live back to Johnson Space Center in Houston and listen in ahead of the Artemis II crew receiving the Congressional Space Medal of Honor.
For the first time in more than 50 years, demonstrated that America is ready to return and pave the way for those who will follow. In this mock-up of the Orion spacecraft, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy spent countless hours learning how to live and work inside a spacecraft roughly the size of 2 minivans. Because when you are that far from home, you don't get the luxury to call time out. You rely on your preparation, your crew, and your training. That is what human spaceflight demands. Years of training, sacrifice, trust in your crew, trust in the spacecraft, trust in the team behind you, and ultimately the courage to strap into a rocket, leave this planet behind, and carry out the mission. It's the same courage and dedication we're calling on every astronaut to bring to the missions ahead, because we need it now more than ever. The second space race has begun, and right now America is on a shot clock. Our national security, the prestige of our nation, and the dreams of millions of Americans are riding on our ability to get the job done. This is an extraordinary responsibility, but it's also an opportunity. The next generation is watching. They're going to remember the men and women who return America to the moon, build an enduring presence, and open the door to Mars. But none of this would be possible without strong leadership from the top. President Trump ignited the golden age of exploration and discovery. He gave us the vision. His Working Families Tax Cut Act gave us the resources. And the Artemis II crew took the first steps. For their courage and service, today the President will present this crew with the Congressional Space Medal of Honor. But before I bring them out, we'd like to give you a recap of what it took to earn this honor.
This mission is an opportunity for our generation. It's about human history. It's the story of humanity.
Artemis II is the opening act. We're going to send them farther into space than any humans have gone before.
The question isn't go or not go. It's, are you going to lead or are you going to follow?
We are going for our families.
We are going for our teammates.
We are going for all humanity. Your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Our greatest chapters are yet to be written. Go Artemis II!
This is a test flight, and so every single system aboard Orion is getting tested by humans for the first time.
Our science team helped us out with a couple of craters on the moon that have not been previously named. A number of years ago, we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. There's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and we would like to call it Carol.
We do not leave Earth. We choose it. We will.
While they are playing that video right now that we don't get to see, I do want to direct your attention to the poll question at the bottom of your screen, fox35orlando.com/vote. We are asking you, what would be the hardest part of a 10-day mission around the moon? Would it be being far away? They traveled 250,000 miles from Earth. Would it be the tight quarters and being in those tight quarters with multiple other people? There were 4 members of that crew in a tiny, tiny space for a week and a half. Would you be able to handle that? The space food, would you miss your normal cuisine of Earth? Space food, I don't think is quite the same. Or would it be the high stress that might get you? Not just from re-entry, from splashdown, obviously that is stressful, but also just the stress that things could go wrong, that things will go wrong along the way, and kind of adapting to that and being able to handle that. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen just like normal. Get those votes in. We'll continue watching those results as they come in too. It's going to be neat to see as we kind of watch this event continue and see how those votes might change. So get in those votes right now, and we will continue watching this event and awaiting the arrival of the president, awaiting the arrival of the Artemis II crew, and the NASA administrator as well, where the crew going to be receiving the Congressional Space Medal of Honor any minute now. We'll go ahead. It looks like this video is continuing.
The golden age of exploration has begun.
It is, and so we're going to go ahead and in anticipation of things getting ready to happen here, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break right now.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and giving you a live look inside Johnson Space Center. The Artemis II crew is now in the house. You can see the excitement and the energy among some of the other astronauts that are standing behind the podium there. That is because the Artemis II crew just came through. They were introduced. They shook hands with many of them. And we are going to be, I expect, hearing from them at some point during the ceremony, where we are also going to be hearing from President Trump, who is going to be delivering them with the Medal of Honor, Congressional Space Medal of Honor. So quite an award, quite an honor for them. And we'll get you back to this event. They've kind of been doing some speakers and then taking a little bit of breaks in between.
Friends, being in the marching band, going to college.
Maybe playing some sort of video again right now. These live images coming to us courtesy KRIV, our sister station there in Houston. And so we're not able to see some of the videos and the things that are going on the screen right now, but we do have a great shot there of the podium where any minute now we expect the president, the NASA administrator, to show up for that event. So we're keeping an eye on that. Meanwhile, we're also asking you our poll question right now. What would be the hardest part of a 10-day mission around the moon? Would it be being far away? Would it be tight quarters? Would it be space food? Or would it be the high stress? There would certainly be a lot of stress that would be involved in that. And so we've been leaving that up. Scan that QR code. We will keep watching these numbers come in. It looks like most of you right now saying the high stress. I think that's what I voted on in the poll. So we'll get you back to this event in Houston coming up in just a few minutes as soon as things kind of get back underway. Meanwhile, I want to get you live right now back to Hillsborough County, where we are awaiting a vote any minute now on the Rays Stadium deal. Hillsborough County is kind of the second and final major hurdle that the Rays have to cross here in order to really get the ball rolling when it comes to construction of that Rays Stadium on the Hillsborough College campus and some of the other plans and projects that they have in place for that property. It was a close vote yesterday. Tampa City Council meeting went all day, went into the evening before there was a vote. It was 4-3 was the final vote on that, but they ended up approving it. And now Hillsborough County, kind of the next hurdle and the next step. Let's go ahead and listen in. We've been hearing from several of the commission members speaking and asking some questions over the last little bit. You heard Ken Hagan, who was making a motion and some other things that he wanted included in that as the commission members get their chance to speak ahead of a vote. We're now hearing from someone else at the podium here. I apologize. I'm not sure who this might be, but we will go ahead and listen in ahead of this vote right now.
For enhancement of improving our workforce development effort is going to be tremendous with this partnership. And the last bucket is partnership. We focus on community. We had community in our name so long, and we just recently changed. The Rays have really shown to us that they are investing in this community. And I said that we are community focused, and by being community focused with a community investment, what greater partnership could you ask for? Those are three buckets I talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ask my friend Bob Morrison, would you come back to the mic? But you got to speed up, Bob. You're walking slow. I don't want the chair to looking at me. Come on, Bob, speed up. Could you repeat to us again your concerns regarding Visit Tampa Bay? Thank you.
Bob Morrison, representing Hillsborough County Hotel and Lodging Association. Our concern is that Visit Tampa Bay is the engine that drives the revenue that allows us to be able to have a tourist development tax fund. Our belief is that as working with staff and with the Rays, we believe we're going to be able to ensure that Visit Tampa Bay is positioned to be able to do the job it needs to be able to deliver the resources and the dollars that needed to tell the story of this destination.
Thank you so much. Did we all get that, Bonnie? Julia, as Chair always say, did you get that, Bonnie? Did you get? Oh, we have it. And the reason I wanted Bob to come back up is because Visit Tampa Bay does so much here in marketing and bringing so much here to our county in our tourist development tax that every time we have something, I mean, the last 2 years, it's just been overflowing with so many visitors here. And it's a great part because of what Visit Tampa Bay does. And I want to make sure as a commissioner that we take care of them to make sure there are no layoffs, et cetera, with Visit Tampa Bay. Did you get that, Stephanie? That's all you know in your head. Okay, you got it. And I know Ken heard it. But when we think of the economic impact that the Rays would bring here, we won't see it tomorrow. We won't see it in the next 5 years. But 10 and beyond, we would be so ever grateful of having the Rays baseball team here in Tampa. And just yesterday, my mother turned 101 years old.
God bless.
Yes, thank you all. But the point I was telling her, Mom, I have a 9 o'clock. She asked me, you off tomorrow? And I said, no, the chair called a special meeting. Friday, I usually chill some half a day. I said, but I'm going to talk about the raise. We have to talk about the raise. And she said to me, you know I watch them every time they come on, so I hope y'all be talking about we still watching them. I don't know what that meant to her, but I got what she was saying. And so with that being said, this is the opportunity for this community. This community, when we think of the community benefits that the raise would bring, and I talked to Ken Babby, and we went out to the community and held 2 community meetings. And we made some promises, and some promises we not able to keep when it comes to the affordable housing. But he shared with me, Commissioner, we're gonna build affordable housing throughout the city and the county. And we look at 60 to 80% of the AMI, area median income. That is going to help so many people who wants the same opportunities that I have today, is to own American Dream, the largest asset that you can own to become a homeowner. And then we talked about all these jobs. And as I tell the people in District 3, you're always talking about jobs and affordable housing. This is the opportunity to make it happen, is with the raise. We're not gonna get another opportunity of what the raise are offering us. But today, it's a yes opportunity. And I'm thankful that the raise stopped here and decided to come across the bay here in Tampa, even to consider coming across the bay. And so the city voted yesterday, and I know they all tuned in to see how we gonna vote. And I'm ready to vote, and I end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the queue is Commissioner Whistle. You're recognized.
Thank you, Tom. I just have a couple of questions for you about the financials that I wanted you to confirm. And if HCTV could pull up the image that I provided to them. The $360 million of CIT funds can be used for general new infrastructure improvements, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I call everybody's attention to the screen. This is an image that's been provided on the public record multiple times, as early as August the 2nd, from a constituent in her 70s or 80s, I believe, that has had requests in for their community for 15 years to repair their sidewalks from the county. And because of our dereliction of duty to accomplish that, she has maimed her face more than one time. This was the pinnacle of one of her neighbors that provided this to us. Could that $360 million, they're still delayed until possibly next fiscal year to repair. Could this money have gone to help fix this community's roads that also need to resurface, much less their sidewalks?
Commissioner, out of the project list that the board approved, about half of that project list was related to transportation improvements, which would include sidewalks, roads, bridges.
Thank you very much. This is just one of many harms. As you know, you sit on the board that decides the settlements for the trip and fall claims. I brought an item a couple of years ago where staff made clear that just over a couple-year period, we had paid out a couple million.
Just for a little context here, you're hearing from Josh Wostel, one of the county commission members there in Hillsborough County, who has been adamantly against this deal for a while now, has asked and raised a lot of questions about this. You hear some of the questions that he's asking now about some of the other ways this money could be spent. We've interviewed him before here on Fox 35 News Plus and talked with him about this and the process, some of his concerns about all of this. It is a 6-member commission, I believe. They need 4 votes. I know they need 4 yes votes for this to pass. And so Wostel appears to be certainly a no on that, but we're going to be watching closely. We've heard from several of the other members that we have heard speak just over the last little bit that we've been kind of monitoring this part of the meeting, that there are at least 3 votes right now who have expressed their favor and their approval of this deal. Again, so really just waiting on one more commission member to kind of signal that approval. ahead of this vote. So we're watching this closely, and now that I've given you a little bit of context there, we'll go ahead and listen back in as the questioning continues live right now in Hillsborough County.
$8 million of property taxes. Now, this same body of government also put forward a presentation to us that Amendment 3, if voted through, would just be, oh my gosh, devastating to the county. Actually, possibly from your own office, I might have put that together. So the same body of government that is saying that Amendment 3 passes, oh my God, we won't be able to fund critical resources, but here we are randomly finding almost $100 million of those same property taxes to subsidize the rich and the powerful. And that to me is just another testament of why you must vote yes on Amendment 3 in November. Now, over and over, we have said that the total burden from the county is going to be $796 million. But I would like to bring everyone's attention to Exhibit I of the agreement. Exhibit I is the bond payments that we have to pay back. Most of the general public does not understand what that means. There's a table on the back of it. But that total of Exhibit I over the 35 years of bonding to the tourist development tax, and I will be clear, all 7 of us unanimously voted in January to support this deal, and I continue to support this deal on the user fees that the team promised that they would be going after, and the alleged excess of CIT that I warned them multiple times did not exist, and now we are at that reality today. None of the $360 million of the yes vote in January that they claimed would be from alleged excess CIT is excess CIT, and I'll get to that in a minute and how that impacts us. That total amount of Exhibit I is $569 million. That $569 million is of interest that has not been clearly disclosed on the total amount. Is that correct, that the taxpayers are accountable for $569 million over a 35-year period?
That would be debt service. That would be principal and interest. Yes.
Okay. So I would just like to make very clear to the media that reporting that the total burden of the Hillsborough County taxpayers side of the deal is $796 million is grossly inaccurate. Exhibit I, if you would like to reference that. Now, of the $360 million, when we put the 2024 CIT renewal forward, I championed that alongside Commissioner Owen. I believe it might have been Commissioner Myers and Hagan that voted no on that. I can't recall, but I believe that's right on the final vote. We bucketed $596 million for public facilities, correct?
I believe that's correct. I believe, Commissioner, it was 597.
597. I was off by 1 million. I do apologize. Now, we clearly put in there and marketed to the community the list of projects that would be being eligible for that bucket of money, and more importantly about the 2024 CIT renewal, that another clause that Commissioner Owen and I put in there was that we continue to claim that we have a 20-year backlog on public safety improvements, including of the sidewalk that unfortunately injured the member of Farmington HOA that we saw on the screen earlier and unnecessarily maimed her. There was a list of projects and a list of money, and we accounted for all 15 years of money that's going to be available. That total amount is, let's call it $600 million, but out of that bucket of money, we're going to award $360 million for an unaccounted for expenditure, over 50% in a 4-year period, accounting for a 15-year total take, which means a couple of things. One is that we're having to steal from the future or steal from the other buckets of money over those first 4 years to make this money available. And it also means that since this $360 million to the raise, which again, I voted yes on in January, and I've proposed giving them all 35 years gross of the 6th cent of tourist development tax, which is $737 million confirmed by you at a previous meeting on a 3% compounding growth. Isn't it not true that one or more of these items must be impacted, delayed, or potentially canceled outright, since we only budgeted $597, but we're already expending $360 on an unknown source?
Commissioner, if we were to look at the CIT as a whole, the entire, there were certain buckets that were set up. The board could, through a public hearing process, go back and move things around.
This commission meeting continuing live right now in Hillsborough County and Tampa. You see a lot of folks in the audience there in the gallery, many of them wearing their Tampa Bay Rays gear, just like we saw yesterday at the Tampa City Council meeting. Today, many showing their support as well, wearing jerseys and shirts and hats and that kind of thing ahead of this vote. It appears that it will end up passing. We'll be keeping an eye on this. We will likely get you back in for some of this meeting as well as we keep an eye on that. We are also waiting for President Trump to appear at this event in Houston, where he's expected to speak, award the Artemis II crew the Congressional Space Medal of Honor. Also keeping an eye in Plymouth, Massachusetts, the verdict watch in the Lindsay Clancy trial, a mother accused of murdering her 3 kids. It has gripped the nation, and we are waiting to see how long it might take jurors to deliberate and decide whether or not she should be guilty of murder or maybe a lesser charge, or if she will be acquitted. We're watching that closely here today. Second day of deliberations. It started yesterday afternoon, just about 24 hours ago. They deliberated for a few hours yesterday before they went home for the evening. Or at least they were dismissed for the evening. And then they came back again this morning, have been deliberating a few more hours. Had a question at one point, wanted to see some evidence again, according to Fox News, citing the defense, saying there were a couple of things that they wanted to see, a couple of items of evidence they wanted to see. Unclear if we will end up having a verdict today or what the situation might end up being. It could be something that we don't see until Monday. You just never know how long deliberations will take. This is obviously a long and complicated trial. It's been going on for a couple of weeks now. A lot of interesting issues at play here. And so it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But again, no guarantee that there's a verdict today in this. But we are keeping an eye on that. If that happens today, we will bring that to you live right here on Fox Local. I mean, if it doesn't happen today, if it ends up happening on Monday, we'll be doing the same thing because we are keeping a close eye on that again. And so, just for your planning for today, if it does happen, we'll break in and let you know. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus as we approach the noon hour. Still a few minutes left in the morning here on this Friday as you count down to the weekend, whatever you might have planned. We still have much more to come. We're going to give you a check of the forecast. We're going to talk some theme park stuff as well. I'm going to talk about a lot of weekend events that are going on as well that you might want to know about, and some things to watch out for around town. And then what else do we have in the 12 o'clock hour? Going to be talking about Grand Theft Auto 6. We got our first extended look at that yesterday and some of the gameplay. So we'll be talking about that and a whole lot more. And that's just the start of it over the next little bit. Obviously, still waiting for President Trump. That should be any minute now. So we'll get you there coming up in just a little bit. But right now, we are going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back with more coming up in just a couple of minutes. 5 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we got a lot to talk about with the weather, with the tropics. But what a cool sight last night with this lunar eclipse. We've been getting a lot of good images of this. It really is something to see.
I woke up for this. So as you know, doing the morning show, you wake up at like 3 in the morning if you're lucky, right? So midnight, I'm usually dead to the world. But woke up, looked outside. We've been talking about it all week, and I thought, well, I guess it would be lame if I slept through this because I've been hyping it up and talking about it. So I looked outside. I was shocked. This is the view. I also took a picture. I'll show you that. This is from Aubrey Russell. It was so red. I did not expect it to be this red. I mean, we were, the graphics and stuff, we had red on there, and that was the scientific outlook was that we would have a red shadow. But I've seen many lunar eclipses or eclipsi, as they say. I don't know if that's a thing, but in my experience, I've seen some blood red moons, but more of like a darker rusty color. This was bright red. It was incredible to see. So yes, that was from Aubrey. Absolutely beautiful shot. Share with you a couple of moon shots. To quote NASA's moon expeditions in the 1960s, this was from me. This was just from my iPhone. I just pointed it at the sky and captured this. I mean, look how red that was. There was a little cloud action, so I think it added kind of the ephemeral glow. I mean, it was really striking. And then here's a shot from one of our weather spotters, Pete, in the South Chase neighborhood of Orlando. And he captured every phase of the moon from when it was a full sturgeon moon to
that is cool.
Blood moon. And yeah, Garrett, notice how it goes from like dark as it's becoming eclipsed, and then once it's fully eclipsed, it goes red. The reasoning for that is fascinating. You got to hear this. So it's the Earth's shadow. And when you look at like your shadow on the sidewalk, it looks dark gray, right? So the reason the Earth's shadow, when it almost fully encapsulates the moon, turns red is because at that angle of attack, it's projecting instead of shadowing. It's projecting all of the Earth's sunrises and sunsets at the same time onto the moon in like a cone. And so it's going through like a color filter. And so essentially that orange and red glow is the same orange and red glow you'd see looking out the window as the sun comes up or the sun sets. So it's kind of neat. And sometimes, depending on atmospheric conditions, it can actually look blood red. So kind of a neat thing to see there. Well, let's zoom in. I think also the reason it was so neat is because it was not a total lunar eclipse. It was like 93% coverage. So there was a little tinge of white at the top, just adding to the contrast. And to me, it really looked like Mars. I mean, it was that red. And with the white on the top, it looked like the ice caps of Mars. It was just remarkable to see. I really loved that. If you missed it, the next one comes in 2029. We got to wait till June of 2029. But if you missed that one, there's one in December of 2029. Both of them are total lunar eclipses, so that's going to be the year of the eclipse is 2029. All right, on radar, we've got some action coming in from the Gulf. It's been really busy over there. The southwest flow continues over in Sarasota. This is a view from St. Armand Circle looking over Lido Key. There's been intermittent downpours and thunderstorms all morning. That action's coming our way, but on our side of the state here on the East Coast side, it's been sunny and beautiful as you'd expect. But like in days past, once the sea breeze kicks up, we'll see our rain chances going up as that flow from the Gulf meets the Atlantic sea breeze. They collide like a big cymbal in a band and air rises, storms form. So we'll go from a 10% chance around now through lunchtime. We might see a couple pop-ups to about a 50-50 shot between 6 and 8. Of course, that may have impacts on Friday night football. A lot of the games kick off at 7 o'clock, so make sure if you're in the stands or your coaches or whatever, have your head on a swivel because the lightning is going to be a problem today where it happens. Not everybody's going to get it, but in some of these storms are going to be really strong. 93 will be the high today in Orlando, 94 in Bithlo. So a little less hot than it's been, but I mean, we're still in the 90s, so it's going to be toasty outside. 91 in Bushnell. Our typical high in Orlando is 91, so we're still technically going to be above normal. And that's thanks in part to the southwest flow. And that's going to help to keep the wind coming, for the most part, over the land through the day today. Looking at our future clouds and radar, we may see the first downpours developing as soon as 1 o'clock, and they'll become a lot more widespread as far as the isolated downpours, kind of like they're kind of, I call them popcorn showers. It's kind of a funny term, but it looks like somebody spilled popcorn on the table. They're just here and there and everywhere. But they'll start to pop up in that configuration by about 3 o'clock. And speaking of popcorn, there's going to be a lot of pops from thunder once we head toward commute time. It's not going to be as widespread as it was a couple of days ago, but it looks like once we hit about 7, 8 o'clock, we may see a band of persistent downpours setting up from the Villages to Lakeland over to Palm Coast. So especially for games on the west side of town, that could be an impact. If, say, there's a lightning delay, it may last for a while. Otherwise, we're going to do it again tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow the rain chances are up to 60%. Now, we got a lot going on. There's a race tonight and tomorrow night at Daytona International Speedway. It's the Coke 0 400 tomorrow. It's a big race. and there's a 60% chance of rain, but the earliest indication suggests a lot of that should be west of Daytona. So they may get the race off after all. Crossing fingers. It's always risky this time of the year. Speaking of risk, we are approaching the height of the hurricane season, and it has been very quiet as expected thanks to El Nino conditions in the Pacific. Earlier, that was helping to induce the Saharan dust. You can see it there plotted on the map in brown. Saharan dust tends to kill off systems. Well, the Saharan dust has backed away as it usually does by the end of August. The sandstorms tamp down and there's just less dust in the Atlantic. So that's why the hurricane season peaks in early September, because you have lower wind shear and less dust. And so things can pop up and flourish. But in this case with El Nino, we look ahead to the wind shear going way up. And that's exactly what's happening as this tropical storm, which is named Dolly, progresses westward. It is going to enter this wall of wind shear over the next 24 to 48 hours and get torn apart. In fact, the National Hurricane Center is forecasting that it essentially loses its tropical characteristics by tomorrow night and becomes a remnant depression or a low pressure system that resembles a depression but has no tropical characteristics. So officially becomes post-tropical 2 a.m. on Saturday, and that's all she wrote. This name is Dolly. Dolly obviously is a coincidence considering Dolly Parton's passing earlier this week. It's a pure coincidence. This name has been in the running for years. It rotates every 6 years. It's been going strong since the 1990s when it was introduced for a second time. First time Dolly showed up in the National Hurricane Center forecasts were in 1953. So it's just a weird coincidence that this year it came up and it coincided with her death. A lot of people were asking about that. So in any sense, the good news is that just like Dolly Parton, maybe this adds some positivity, because as it dies out, its remnant moisture is expected to bring some beneficial rain to Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, an area that has been enduring extreme drought. And so nobody wants the flooding, but certainly this could help with 3 to 6 inches of rain this weekend and early next week for that region. Will it affect us? It's too soon to say where those remnants will go. Probably not, but if it did, it would represent an increased tropical moisture, which would help to up our storm chances during the afternoons. But again, that's 2 weeks away. It's forecast to die out about 1,500 miles east of Florida. So that's really far away. That's like farther than if you're going to go to New York City. That's far away. So if it gets here, it'll just be humidity. 50% chance today, 60% chance Saturday, Sunday, 70% chance rain Monday. All of this is afternoon stuff. And then Tuesday is September 1st, which will mark 9 days until the statistical peak of the hurricane season. And hopefully we don't have a peep from that hurricane season. But Garrett, it only takes one, and obviously this time of year stuff can pop up, so we'll continue to watch very carefully.
No expectation that Dolly could reform? Not
at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, you can never take your eye off of the ball. A prime example was in 2017, Hurricane Harvey was in the Eastern Caribbean, and it was a tropical storm, and it died out, and it was a remnant low. And it kind of just drifted ghost-like across the Caribbean and then entered the Southwest Gulf. And then it started making an approach to Corpus Christi, Texas. And within 12 hours, it went from a tropical depression to a Cat 4 hurricane, and then became the Hurricane Harvey that flooded out Southeast Texas, bringing record rains to the U.S. It represented the biggest rain event in U.S. history in one event in the lower 48. So that was a big deal, but that was an example of how you can never take your eye off the ball, even with Dolly's remnants dying out. I mean, it's conceivable, if that makes it into the Gulf, that we'd need to watch its track and maybe even affecting the Western Gulf.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
Want to give you a live look right now in Houston, where the presidential seal has now been affixed to the podium. We expect to hear from President Trump shortly at this ceremony at Johnson Space Center. We are getting closer to a vote in Hillsborough County at this special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Christine Miller there, the final commissioner to speak before that vote. So we're going to go ahead and take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you back inside this Hillsborough County meeting right now because we are just moments away from a Hillsborough County vote on the Rays Stadium deal. It appears they have their fourth yes vote on this. We're hearing from Christine Miller right now, who is expressing support and thanks to the Rays ownership team. She's the final commission member to speak ahead of that vote. So we're going to go ahead and listen in for a minute here, see if we can catch that vote before President Trump shows up at Johnson Space Center in Houston.
40 years. Trust but verify. I'll be voting yes today because I trust that the terms are right and because 115 acres that currently pays us nothing will finally start paying for the things we need and enjoy across this entire county. I see Commissioner Bowles has gotten in the queue. I will wait to call the vote at this time.
Sorry for that. I was writing and I thought I pushed the button and apparently it didn't hold. I appreciate all my fellow commissioners' comments. I think there's been a number of great points made by everyone here. And I think that, over the last several months, I've been very consistent about how I was with my position that I wanted to look at this and keep an open mind about it. And to that point, I think I've done that. I do have a couple, excuse me, I do have a couple questions for these two nice ladies beside me. First, and Laura Lawson, I don't know if she's still here or not. She walked out. She brought up, Ms. Mandel, that the tax collector's office is going to be demolished and going to be destroyed and rebuilt because we just rebuilt it 10 years ago. And I believe, if I recall last night, you made a statement to that. Can we make that statement again to know that there's a protection there for that of sorts?
Yes. Right now, the tax collector's office is under a very long-term lease. I think the end date is 2063 as the end date. And I know that they have been also working with the college as it relates to that lease, who took that over. Right now, I am under no understanding, and I've had this conversation with the attorney that's representing the tax collector through this process, that there is any plans to demolish that building, that lease will be honored by the college. Now, certainly there may be conversations in the future about what could potentially happen, but that will be a robust discussion that will have to include the tax collectors and her staff so that they can feel comfortable with whatever decision is made. But I also understand that there is no plans to even start to develop, that's in a phase 2 or phase 3, those properties as of today. So that's where that is at this moment, but they do have that long-term lease that will grant them the protections moving forward.
Thank you. And of course, we don't know, again, we've all talked about speculation, what happens in the future. We don't know, new governor, new legislature, anything could happen for that. To the same extent, there's been some articles in the papers and that have been circulating around about the Department of Juvenile Justice facility as well. You claimed last night to have some knowledge on that as well. And as I understand, this is something that's been in the works. And in fact, it even extends over to the center that's off of Columbus Avenue as well, that even though we broke ground there, that they determined, I think, that there's some issues with that as well.
Yes, the site where there's been conversations that have been ongoing from what I've been told through our staff, John Mueller and the Department of Real Estate, that their conversations have been ongoing to relocate DJJ since at least 2023 and probably before then. There was a site, from what I understand, that was identified. I heard broke ground, but the problem was there was some issues with that site. So that has been continuing. Now, from what I do also understand is the announcement to move them was not something we were aware of. That just came from the state, but we're working with them to create both a transition plan and to find appropriate places for them to at some point relocate. So we've been working through those issues through our staff.
So it is possible that this is a coincidence of sorts.
It is my understanding this has actually been in the works for a period of time, so.
One that's not necessarily related to the other. Thank you. Excuse me very much. We're talking about TDT and the money that comes from that, and certainly, and Commissioner Whistle has pointed out that earlier that there's going to be bonds that are associated with that. We don't know what those bonds ratings are. Roughly, Ms. Wise, because we know this is your area of expertise, if we were to pull one today, what's the bond market for us? What's the kind of percentages that we'll be getting? I've heard you yesterday, it was the worst in possible history that we could possibly get was today during the city meeting. Is that true? Is this the worst time in history?
The worst time in history?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge,
Okay.
no. Okay.
Yeah.
And, I think just as an aside, because I am so proud of our bond ratings, we just, Tom just sent you a memo that we just had our water and sewer bonds upgraded to AAA rating.
Oh.
So the rating on our bonds is really paramount to us, and it is all part of the whole cash management and that we do for all projects.
So, but with the TDT money, which is also referred to kind of euphemism of bed tax, right? It's a bed tax. Heads in beds, we talk about heads in beds. And heads in beds is what comes from visitors. So, and I thought I heard, and maybe I misunderstood, but earlier someone say that that we were bonding the CIT. That's not the case. We're not bonding. That's a pay as we go, and that's the $90 million per year as we are going forward for the next 4 years.
And if we were ever to do something like that, we have so many options. We would never bond on a long-term basis for that purpose. We have our commercial paper program for any kind of short-term needs that we have, which we utilize at the county from time to time.
You can leave that on. I'm going to ask you another question. So, and bonding is a very common practice. I mean, so we've bonded we're bonding the one water plant. It's not ad valorem dollars, it's an enterprise fund, but this is a very common practice that we do here and governments do quite often.
It is, because you want to ensure if you're going to bond, you don't want to bond longer than the useful life of your asset.
Right.
And so it's something that we're always looking at.
And
right, it's just before you asked the question. So we were planning to bond about 30, 35 years, which would not exceed the life of the asset.
Because we earlier determined that would be about 50 years perhaps.
We're hoping.
Yes. Okay. Talked about ILAs. Is it possible, what kind of information, I want to go back to Ms. Mandel, and maybe one of the guys over there. What kind of, can different elements be added to the ILA that enhance the developer agreement in a way?
Well, let me just make sure I understand which ILA you'd be talking about. Any ILA allows you, pursuant to statute, to put in provisions to manage whatever it is the deal you're trying to structure.
So we could make an ILA agreement that, again, I'll use the word enhance, but not necessarily drop below what this development agreement has. Is that correct? If there's a standard in the development agreement.
There's opportunities to have those conversations, but we have to keep in mind that they have to also relate to this agreement, which has provisions on millage. Those can't change. But anything that is something that we could look at different ratios and how we manage ratios, I think that those are something we can discuss.
What constitutes a construction savings? We talked about that earlier. We talked about, Mr. Horadell talked about.
That is Commission member Chris Bowles with more questions right now ahead of a vote. He, not Christine Miller, he is the final commission member, it appears, to be speaking here before this vote, which we expect any minute now, just like we expect President Trump any minute now in Houston at the Johnson Space Center. So we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now. Johnson Space Center in Houston. You see the presidential seal on the podium there. We know from the pool reports that President Trump arrived at Johnson Space Center about 20 minutes ago. It would have been 12:03 Eastern time when he arrived. He was greeted by NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. We were also told he would be taking some photos with NASA officials and then sign the ISS mock-up mission hatch before he delivers remarks at this ceremony where the Artemis II astronauts are going to receive the Congressional Space Medal of Honor. So it's a big deal. We will get you to this event as soon as President Trump walks out and begins speaking. I would also anticipate we will hear from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. I would assume he will be the one to introduce President Trump at this event, but we will find out together. We will see what ends up happening. Again, this is supposed to begin any minute now, so we will get you to this as soon as it does begin. Also, any minute now. I know we've been saying that for a little bit, but we are getting ever closer to a vote in Hillsborough County on the Rays Stadium deal. This is the second and essentially final hurdle, at least at this point, for construction to begin on a Rays Stadium in Tampa on the Dale Mabry campus of Hillsborough College. Essentially, this is something that would involve a new campus for a new reimagined campus for Hillsborough College and that campus. It would also create some mixed use, some retail, some apartments, things like that on that campus of the right around the stadium. And so they're hoping to open that opening day of 2029. That is the goal. That has been the intention. But for that to happen, for them to be able to meet that deadline, they say these votes need to go through so that construction and things can begin this fall. Tampa City Council voted yesterday after a full day, mostly of public comment, a ton of public comment at the Tampa City Council meeting yesterday, hours of it, where we heard from folks, some in support, some against, but a lot of folks making sure their voice was heard on this issue ahead of that. So we're monitoring that. Again, expecting a vote any minute now. But I want to get you to Houston. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman just walked out, and so we're going to go ahead and listen in.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. President, welcome to Johnson Space Center. I am grateful to serve under a president with the vision and determination to ensure American leadership across the great frontier of space. A president with the foresight to see the diplomatic potential and give us the Artemis Accords. We now have 70 nations that have signed. The 71st will sign on Monday. The foresight to see the national security implications and give us the United States Space Force. The foresight to see the scientific, the economic, the inspirational potential and give us Artemis and Moonbase. President Trump knows great nations do great things, and he has given NASA the mandate and the resources to undertake the big, bold endeavors and achieve them. I am so grateful also to Chairman Cruz, Chairman Babin, Director Hassett, Director Kratsios, Director Pulte, and so many others that are also here from Congress for the support and the flexibility to enable the world's greatest space agency to compete in this very real second space race. To the Artemis crew, too, you stand here incredibly deserving of this recognition. Thank you for showing us the moon again, for showing the world your humanity, and for passing your knowledge and the baton to the astronauts who will follow in your very accomplished footsteps. There are no finer humans we could have sent as our ambassadors to the stars. To the NASA workforce representing the absolute best talent across the United States of America, alongside our industry and international partners, you showed the world that when we commit to these hard, these consequential endeavors, there is nothing we are not capable of achieving. And as we take this moment to reflect on what we have accomplished, let us look to where we go from here. Next year, we will launch Artemis III, and what we learn from that mission will enable the grand return in 2028 when Artemis IV brings American astronauts back to the surface of the moon. In parallel, we will launch our robotic landers, our rovers, and begin establishing that enduring presence on the lunar surface, the moon base, because this time we are going back to stay. We are not slowing down, Mr. President. This is an energized NASA, determined to do extraordinary things in and out of the atmosphere. We are rebuilding the X-plane fleet, launching more missions of science and discovery in the years ahead. And, sir, in late 2028, SR-1 Freedom will launch, and America will finally get underway on nuclear power in space. And at that moment, we will be one step closer to that next giant leap you called for during your inauguration speech when American astronauts plant the stars and stripes on Mars. Along the way, we will pursue the secrets of the universe, unlock the economic potential of space, ensure our national security in the ultimate high ground, and inspire the next generation to carry the fire of exploration even further. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here with your Artemis II heroes. This is your National Aeronautics and Space Administration. This is your president, the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who...
President Trump introduced you here the Lee Greenwood song that he also often walks out to. You see members of the Artemis III crew there. We expect to see the Artemis II crew any minute now. You also may have noticed a desk off to the side that he may be signing something. He often uses a desk like that for signing. I'm not sure if that is just for part of the Medal of Honor presentation or if that may be part of some sort of executive order or something else that he may be signing at this event as well. So we will find out. Meanwhile, we are still asking our question, what would be the hardest part of a 10-day mission around the moon? Get those votes in. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote if that might be easier for you than scanning the QR code. We're asking what would be the hardest part. It looks like 51% of you right now are saying it would be the high stress that would be hard. 33% saying being far away. Artemis II went more than 250,000 miles away from Earth, farther than many humans have ever gone before. 16% say the tight quarters. It would be tight quarters, a small room with 4 people in it for a week and a half. That would certainly be a challenge, even if you don't think that would necessarily be the hardest part of all of this. Nobody right now saying the space food. You say you'd be able to deal with that. We'd see if you'd still be saying the same thing after 10 days in space. Might change your tune a little bit after that. I don't know. Might be pretty good. Who knows? I've not tried it other than Tang. I have had Tang before. Been a while though. Might have to have some of that. Anyway, let's get you back into this ceremony going on. President Trump, again, they've been listening to the Lee Greenwood song, God Bless the USA, that he loves to walk out to at all of these events. He's getting ready to present the Congressional Space Medal of Honor to the 3 NASA astronauts and the 1 Canadian Space Agency astronaut who were part of this Artemis II crew, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. Let's go ahead and listen in as the president steps to the podium.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Jared. He's unbelievable. That man is unbelievable. I want to thank you to the to the men and women of one of the most legendary landmarks anywhere in the world, the Johnson Space Center. Very special place. It's an honor to be here. And it's a place that is a monument to grit and determination and pure American excellence and produced some of the greatest achievements in human history. And I have no doubt that under this great administrator and all of you people, you're going to have no question it's going to go further than it ever has. I really believe that. Or I made a big mistake in getting it going again because I had to get it going. It was a little bit not going too well. You know that better than I do. We gather here on these storied grounds to celebrate the immense courage and service of 4 intrepid space heroes whose sense of daring and adventure led them further from Earth than anyone has ever traveled before. Incredible. That was an incredible evening. For us, it was evening. A lot of different times all over the world. But for me, it was evening, and everybody stopped. I was at a very important meeting with the biggest people in the country, maybe some of the biggest people in the world, and somebody said, I'd like to watch Artemis. I said, you would, really? Right in the middle of our meeting, you want to watch? And we actually had a television pulled up, and everybody was spellbound. Somehow, maybe it's Jared, but somehow that just caught the imagination, and we watched every minute of it. In fact, the meeting was a disaster. because after that was over, they were so excited, nobody did anything. So it was a total waste of time, but what can I tell you? But it really brought spirit. There is a spirit that we didn't see in this space so much, and now you've really brought it back. And today we're proudly awarding the Congressional Space Medal of Honor to the remarkable crew of Artemis II. Please join me in congratulating Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. Great people. Thank you. Congratulations. Then I'm going to be presenting them a little something in a couple of minutes. But these astronauts did not do it alone. I want to salute all of the engineers and scientists, launch and landing specialists, everyone at NASA who helped make this mission a great success. I had an uncle who was a great scientist, a great man. He was at MIT for 41 years, Dr. John Trump, and he loved space. He used to tell me about space, soul space. He would throw in the word nuclear every once in a while, but he loves space. So I guess we have genetically, I believe in that stuff. I love it. I find it so interesting, so amazing. It's very special. Thanks to also Associate Administrator, Chief Engineer, Amit Shah-Thriya, and that's Artemis II Lead Flight Director, Jeff Radigan, Artemis II Landing and Recovery Director, Lily Villarreal, and thanks as well to friends of NASA. We have Senator Ted Cruz. Where's Ted? Are you here, Ted? Look at this guy. He's a good man. Stand up, Ted. He is a good man. We've had good moments and bad moments together. And I will tell you, he's good and he's smart and he loves what he's doing right here. This is something special, right, Ted? Also, another great warrior and friend of mine, Brian Babin, representative, congressman, does a fantastic job. Thank you, Brian. And Jake Elzy. Jake, thank you. What a group we have here, huh? Lieutenant Governor, a friend of mine. I mean, I shouldn't get political, so I won't, but I will tell you, from 2015, everyone thinks I ran in 2016. I actually announced in 2015, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick called up. He said, I want to be the chairman of your campaign in Texas, and you've never left, right? And we won it in record votes. Nobody came close. And I just want to thank you for that. You were a fantastic chairman. We didn't even have to speak too much. It was sort of good. And that's what we have to do in a little while in the election coming up. So important. Texas Controller Don Huffines. Congratulations, Don. That was a great win you had. Congratulations. We watched that very closely. Great job. And of course, we're honored to be joined by amazing members of the NASA Astronaut Corps, past and present. They are amazing indeed, and thank you for all you do and risking your lives to advance our voyage into the heavens. It's where you go to the heavens. And I understand this weekend that NASA has a very big launch coming up, the Roman Space Telescope. I was asking Jared, is that a big one? He said, it's really big. So I hope everyone that's watching, look at all the media back there, all the press. I hope you're going to inform people because this is going to be a very big deal. It's hundreds of times more powerful than Hubble, and it will help unlock the secrets of the universe. So to everyone involved here at NASA, good luck this weekend. It's a big deal. And I was given a little briefing. I said, I want to know about this if it's so big. And it really is something hundreds of times more powerful than Hubble. That's all you have to know. From the very beginning, America has always been a frontier nation, and space is the highest of all the frontiers. Our manifest destiny is to explore and settle this great unknown, carry forward the light of American liberty into the stars. And Americans were the first in flight, the first in the moon, and will certainly be the first in space no matter where it is. And I know we're going to be looking at Mars very shortly. In fact, you're already partially there. A lot of work's been done. and that seems to be the next frontier. You'll be stopping on the moon, and you're going to be going to Mars. What excitement, what excitement. Yet when I took office in 2017, America's endeavors in space had come to a complete halt. It was held back by decades of gross mismanagement in Washington. You had Peter, well, maybe they didn't like it, maybe they didn't like the concept, I don't know, but it was certainly not anything. It was very embarrassing, actually, what had happened. Not only had the United States lost its ability to send our astronauts to the moon, but under a number of administrations, I have to tell you, but in particular the Obama administration, we even lost our ability to send astronauts into orbit at all. We had no ability in space whatsoever. We totally lost it with everything we spent, with all of the talent and all of the genius and all of the money. We had nothing. And when I got here, I came here, I went to Florida, I visited a couple of the places. I wanted to see what was going on. NASA was closed, absolutely closed. There was almost nobody there. It was like an empty building, not a good look. And I went down, I looked at Kennedy Space Center in Florida in particular. I saw something that you rarely see. They had grass growing out of the cracks in the runway. You had a runway that was all broken up. It was all bad. I know all about that from being very good at construction. You had the cracks in the runway. We had grass growing out of the cracks. It's almost hard to do. And I said, boy, this is sad. It was very sad. That's where we started. Yet, as the world can see today under the Trump administration, we have brought back America's space program and came out of the dark age, and it's now into the golden age. This is the golden age of America, and this is a big part of it. So to every astronaut here today, I want to make this promise to you. Our nation will conquer, and we will conquer indeed, this vast frontier that we have before us, and we'll reach American courage, and we'll use American genius and daring and all of the things that we have that nobody else can ever compete with. We will explore it, we will tame it, and we will win it. We will always win. In 2016, the United States of America and our government, the private sector, launched just 22 rockets into orbit combined. So we did 22. And last year we conducted nearly 200 orbital launches, and that number will continue to grow very, very rapidly, as you probably know. You know every one of them that's getting ready. There are a lot of them. By embracing competition in the private sector, we freed up NASA to focus on what it does best, leading the cutting edge of exploration and human space flight. In my first term, I signed the orders creating the Artemis program and officially directed NASA to return American astronauts to the moon and then push onward to Mars. And that's exactly what we're doing. And we had a little interlude of 4 years, but somehow it was limping along. It was okay. It was limping along. And now I'm back. And we're doing more than limping. We don't limp. 8 years later, these dreams are really coming through at a level that nobody ever imagined. Nobody imagined what is happening now. And even more importantly, what space has done for our military in terms of offensive and defensive capability is incredible. Don't forget, I was the one that gave you Space Force, and we had no Space Force. And when people heard about it, they thought we were kidding. If they thought it was like comic book stuff, it wasn't at all. It's turning out to be one of our most important branches. It'll be and only getting more important with time. And we were number 3 in space at the time I did that, and now we're leading by a tremendous amount. We made some very good original initial hires. We put some people in charge that were really outstanding, and they did it right from the beginning. On July 4th of this year, I presented a veteran of the last mission to the moon, Apollo 17 astronaut Jack Schmitt, with a very special American flag that flew over the United States Capitol on our nation's 250th birthday. Very, very special flag. And it's here today right next to me, and Jack is here also. Where's Jack? Where's Jack? Number 1, where's Jack? And number 2, where's the flag? Anybody letting me know? Jack, you look good. I know the flag looks good. Where's the flag? Oh, it's over there. It's hidden behind a lot of rockets. Thank you, Jack. Very good. I was wondering, I'm saying, am I supposed to be introducing a flag that I can't see? It's invisible. Great job, by the way. Great guy. He's still a good-looking guy. You were always a good-looking guy. Now, I think you're better with the white hair, if you want to know the truth. You look better than you did 20 years ago. Before the end of my term, American astronauts will return to the lunar surface, and we're looking forward to that. We'll do it, and we're then going to the next step. And when we do, they'll plant this very important flag to mark the site of the first permanent American settlement on the moon. They're going to have a settlement. They're building a settlement up in the moon. And we're not going to stop there, because under Administrator Isaacman, and I have to tell you, with Jared, everybody wanted him. You know that, Ted? Everybody. I got calls from you, but I got calls from Democrats. Can you believe it? I won't say anything bad about them. I'm not going to change their term or their name. But Democrats, DEM, and they called and they said he's fantastic, which set him back a lot, because when I got so many calls from Democrats, they said, is that good or bad? But I got a lot of calls from Republicans and Democrats, something that doesn't happen very often. And the people just said he's just the best. There was no competition. There was actually no competition, and I made it, and these turned out to be better than we even thought possible, right? Even better. So we're lucky to have Jared. But NASA has already begun to work on the first ever nuclear-powered interplanetary spacecraft, which will launch in 2028 on a mission to Mars. It's coming so incredible. They have to go nuclear because they have essentially unlimited fuel. You don't have to fill up the tanks every so many miles, right? It's incredible. This ship will be among the first of what will ultimately be a massive American star fleet, making space travel almost as common as ocean travel today and bringing our military to a new level of excellence. Again, so much of this has to do with our military. I don't know if I'd be as enthused about it, but what it's done to our offensive and defensive capability is incredible. So we're doing this, but we're also, when you think of space or when you think of what we're doing here, the military is a very big factor. We're at levels that nobody ever thought would ever happen. And you see how well we fight. We fight very well. We're getting so much of our information from Space Force, as an example. Makes us a much better military. You look at Venezuela, what happened there. One day, actually to be exact, it was 48 minutes. And so much of that information came from space. And all the attacks are, you look at our blockade, which is incredible. It's so successful. Being helped by space, Ted, being helped by space. So who would think? But it's so important, and that's a big component of what you're doing out here. These are ambitious goals, but as I said in my inaugural address last year, ambition is the lifeblood of a truly great nation. If you don't have ambition, you're not going to have a great nation. When Americans are determined, nothing can hold us back. In the end, American dominance in this domain is not a choice. It's an economic and national security necessity. A nation cannot be first on Earth if we're going to be second in space. Just not going to happen. Somehow it just doesn't work that way. It makes sense. I was going to say, does it make sense? Yeah, I guess it does when you think about it, right, Brian? For this reason, in my first term, I created the 6th branch, United States Armed Forces, Space Force. And today I have another historic announcement to make. This is something that's so exciting for me, given the rapid growth of the Space Force and the commercial space industry and the expansion of our ambitions to the moon and far beyond the moon. Far beyond. The moon will someday be thought of a close location, like in the old days, the subway, the first stop. The moon will be a close location. but it's clear that we will need to educate and train an entire generation of skilled.
We are listening to President Trump, not going to break away, but I do just want to bring your attention to the fact that Hillsborough County just voted 5-2 to approve that Rays stadium deal. Huge news in the Bay Area. The Rays are moving out of St. Pete. They are going to Tampa. That all but insured at this point after Hillsborough County voted. You can see some of the applause and the reaction right there from Hillsborough County as that meeting comes to a close. Let's go ahead and listen back in as President Trump speaks live right now in Houston.
You think of the Air Force Academy and you think of the Coast Guard Academy is great. They're all great. But we're going to have now a Space Force. We're going to have an academy for what the people in this room love the most. That's exciting. That's really exciting. And I'm going to be choosing a location very shortly. I know where some people want it that are in this audience. Some people come down like this one guy over there. He's lobbying me, say, leave me alone. Just leave me alone. I'm not sure he's going to get it. I don't know if he's going to get it. But everybody wants it because it's the hot thing. Space is the hot thing. Tell you, Ted Cruz and Brian, you guys are they're working too, I have to tell you. Just leave me alone, Ted, please. Leave me alone. But it'll serve both the United States Space Force as well as NASA and the civilian spaceflight industry. And it'll attract, train, and graduate the very best of our nation. And our nation really has to offer. And this is going to be, I said, I'll do it. But it's got to be top line. It's got to be the equivalent of the others, which are great. You know, they're among the hardest schools to get into. You know, you talk about the Ivy League schools. It's tougher to get into West Point, Annapolis, the Air Force Academy. Coast Guard, too. You know, we can't forget that. But so tough, all of them, among the hardest schools to get into, and they're great scholars, great everything going to that. You sort of have to have a lot of everything, not a little, but a lot of everything. But I said, this has to be comparable to that. You know, we don't want to do it in any other way. And it's going to be, even architecturally, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be the top. It's going to be as good as it can get. You know, doing a bad building doesn't cost a lot less than doing a great building. I've always said it. Doing great architecture, doing something really great that's also practical. It doesn't cost much more than doing some of the bad stuff that you see all over the place. But we're going to make this so good and so exciting. But first, we have to honor the heroes who are inspiring the next generation of astronauts and pioneers and the people behind me. These people, I looked at them coming before I came up. I said, that's a good-looking group of people. I don't like speaking with those people behind me, to be honest. They look too good. But they're great people. They're great, great people. But the Congressional Space Medal of Honor, that's exactly what it says. This is a very rare thing. It's for courageous people, brilliant people, bestowed on astronauts who have distinguished themselves with exceptional service to the nation and all of mankind. Only 30 extraordinary men and women, long period of time, too, in the history of our country have received this extremely rare and distinguished honor. Real legends like Neil Armstrong, John Glenn, Alan Shepard, and the immortal heroes of Apollo 1. Today we add 4 new names to this elite roster of fearless explorers. That's really what they are when you think of it, fearless explorers that are very smart. The crew of Artemis II blasted off from Kennedy, NASA's great space center last April and flew more than 250,000 miles from Earth in, very interestingly, our 250th anniversary year. Only Jared could have thought of that, I assume. I hope that wasn't just by luck. I hope but it's pretty good. They actually went far beyond what would be the normal target, the furthest anybody's ever been in space. They crossed behind the dark side of the moon and glimpsed sights never seen before, never seen by human eyes, and returned to Earth at 30 times the speed of sound and splashed down in the Pacific Ocean, completing the flawless mission. It was absolutely flawless. Artemis II was led by a Navy veteran, a pilot, a father, and a great patriot, Commander Reed Wiseman. With unfailing strength and calm, Reed led the crew through every phase of the flight and their safe return to Earth. He was a great leader, respected by everybody, As many people will remember, during the mission, the crew named a previously unnamed lunar crater in loving memory of Reed's wonderful wife, who we lost to cancer. So they call it the Carol Crater. So that's making Reed a little weepy right now, because I heard she was an incredible woman. Will never be forgotten now. She'll never be forgotten. We honor her. And truly, the memory is all about the moon. That's a great one. I wish they'd name something like that after me, Reed, but I don't know. I'll have to get the governor's approval. I like that. That's beautiful. So, Reed, we salute you. We salute your family. And we congratulate you. Thank you very much. And today we also honor a distinguished naval aviator with an outstanding record as a test pilot. He served in 24 combat missions for our country before taking on the most dangerous mission of all, Pilot Victor Glover. Victor led guidance, navigation, and control operations with perfect skill and absolute total precision. And you have to have great precision or things will not go well. And he did it with the heart and the faith that brought out the best in this incredible team before the spacecraft passed behind the moon and lost communication. And they did. I was watching. There was absolutely none. I said, what's going on? But they lost total communication with Earth for a fairly extended period of time. Victor turned to prayer and reminded us all of God's love for all of his children. And Victor, thank you very much and congratulations. It's incredible. Great story. We also, thank you. We also recognize mission specialist Christina Cook, who before this flight had already set a world record for the longest continuous flight ever by a woman in space. On Artemis II, Christina led major science and observation tasks, making vital contributions to future missions and the advance of human knowledge. Christina tells young people, do what scares you. It's an interesting statement. I don't know about that, Christina. I don't know about that, Christina. But that's the attitude that you have to have. You want to do this. And that is the attitude that she has, and I think that everybody standing behind me has, frankly. The further she went, the stronger she got. She was really amazing, they say, on the trip. She was just amazing. So, Christina, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Great job. And finally, we honor a master of science and physics, a fighter pilot, a great one, and a beloved member of the astronaut team, mission specialist, Jeremy Hansen. On Artemis II, Jeremy became the first non-American in history to travel beyond low Earth orbit. He documented lunar terrain while contributing enormously to space science and physics research. And along with Christina, he helped the crew stay healthy and develop standards and best practices. Jeremy, thank you very much. Great job. Great job. So with unmatched bravery and unwavering faith, these four extraordinary astronauts renewed the legacy of the pioneers and explorers who charted the world's oceans, climbed its highest summits, and tamed the American West. Great people, great men and women, incredible. That spirit is written into the soul of our nation, and in the daring deeds of these heroes, we're reminded that for America, no aim is too high, no journey is too far, no challenge is too tough. In this country, we're limited only by the size of our aspirations and the scale of our dreams. We have the American dream, and the American dream is back. I think the American dream is back, stronger than ever before. We're doing great. This country is doing great right now. Never did anything like it. 81 stock market highs in 1.5 years, never been anything like it, including they broke it again yesterday for the 81st time. And $19.2 trillion is being invested in our country from outside countries and interests and people. And we've never seen it. That's why I call it the golden age. It's an exciting time. Tomorrow's going to be very exciting. And today, thanks to the crew of Artemis II, those dreams are closer than ever before. And we're on the cusp of an adventure and something that's so special that people have really not imagined anything. It's really, civilization is into the stars. The stars are up there and they're beautiful, and you're right next to them. You have the courage to be right next to them. Few people do, but you're leading the way. It's great, great bravery. I want to thank again Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, very special people. And now I will sign the executive order creating the U.S. Space Academy, and then we will do the honors. Thank you very much, everybody. Great honor. Okay. Gotta pick a good one. Pick a good pen. That's a good one. All right. Thank you very much. I think he deserves it, right? Okay. Thank you, Travis. Thank you very much. You'll take that. Take these around. We'll give them out to some of the people. We'll do that. We'll go over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President will now present awards to the crew of Artemis II. As mission specialist on Artemis II, Jeremy Hansen demonstrated exceptionally meritorious contributions by executing spacecraft communications, navigation procedures, and pre-launch verification activities, including pressure suit regulator checks and Orion systems configuration. Throughout the lunar flyby sequence, he led and executed detailed observation protocols, capturing and documenting lunar topography, eclipse phenomena, and solar coronal behavior while directing real-time scientific data for geology and heliophysics research. He performed manual control assessments and crew health evaluation tasks, including the orthostatic and tolerance garment test, advancing validation of systems and human factors performance essential to future lunar landing operations and long-duration deep space missions. During the mission, he was integral to the crew surpassing the Apollo 13 distance record and reaching approximately 252,760 miles from Earth, farther than any humans in history. As mission specialist on Artemis II, Christina Cook demonstrated exceptionally meritorious service by leading major science and observation tasks during the mission's 7-hour lunar flyby, capturing and documenting impact craters, lava flows, surface fractures, and eclipse phenomena that significantly expanded understanding of lunar geology and solar corona behavior. She configured and oversaw Orion's cabin for flyby operations, including sensor alignment and systems readiness, and executed target Earth-Moon imaging sequences conducted from Orion's optical windows and solar array cameras. Her execution of in-orbit procedures, including participation in the orthostatic intolerance garment test, evaluating human physiological response during return to Earth's gravity, produced critical data that advanced crew health standards on future deep space missions. During the mission, she was integral to the crew surpassing the Apollo 13 distance record and reaching approximately 252,760 miles from Earth, farther than any humans in history. As pilot of Artemis II, Victor J. Glover distinguished himself through exceptionally meritorious performance by commanding and executing guidance, navigation, and control operations throughout launch, translunar injection, and return phases. He led manual control evaluations during Orion's return trajectory operations, validating spacecraft control modes and confirming the spacecraft's piloting characteristics for future missions. He maintained precise control of spacecraft attitude during lunar observation periods, enabling the crew to capture essential scientific imagery and meet mission-critical documentation objectives. His professional skill was further demonstrated during trajectory correction maneuvers and during final atmospheric entry and splashdown, ensuring the mission's safe completion and advancing deep space operational readiness for upcoming Artemis expeditions. During the mission, he was integral to the crew surpassing the Apollo 13 distance record and reaching approximately 252,760 miles from Earth, farther than any humans in history. As commander of Artemis II, Reed Wiseman exhibited exceptionally meritorious leadership in executing the first crewed lunar mission in more than 50 years, commanding and leading the crew through critical pre-launch validations, including SLS RS-25 engine readiness and Orion spacecraft power-up and suit integrity checks. During the mission, he commanded Orion's outbound trajectory, the successful lunar flyby, and detailed geologic observation operations, ensuring the spacecraft remained on the precise course required for the crew to surpass the Apollo 13 distance record and reach a maximum of approximately 252,760 miles from Earth, farther than any humans in history. Under his command, the crew executed return trajectory correction burns, manual control evaluations, and system verification procedures that culminated in a flawless splashdown and safe recovery, advancing the nation's readiness for future lunar surface missions. Victor, Christina, Jeremy, what an honor to do this with you three. Mr. President, it means a lot that you are here at the Johnson Space Center. It underscores the important work that is going on here in Mission Control in furthering human exploration, the home of our astronauts, the home of flight operations, and Mission Control. Thank you for coming here today. On April 1st, on the launch pad, when we were getting ready to ride this magnificent rocket, the crew said three things. Victor Glover said, "We are going for our families." Many of you are here today. Thank you so much for supporting us. Christina Cook said, "We're going for our teammates." Mr. President, when we were backstage and we heard you mentioning some of those names of those people who sent us on this mission and brought us back safely, that was warming our hearts. Thank you for honoring those people. And then Jeremy said, "We're going for all humanity." When we went around the far side of the moon, which has now been rounded up to 252,760 miles. When we went around the far side of the moon, which has now been rounded up to 252,760 miles, we'll take it, keep rounding it up. We got to talk to you. You gave us a call. And the one thing that really sticks out to us is you said how proud you are and how proud our nation is of the job that we had just accomplished. And for us, that is what we set out to do. We wanted to inspire this nation and inspire the world. And for us, that showed us we were on the right track. So thank you for that call. We wear these 4 medals, and we are going to wear them with pride. But please know, it is not pride for ourselves that we feel, and I truly mean that. It is pride for the grit that our families had when we left this planet. It is pride for that team, this NASA team that sent us on this mission, and it is pride for the international community that stood alongside us, got this vehicle ready, operated it, and cheered us on. So thank you for bestowing this honor on us. And in closing, how cool it is to be an astronaut here in Houston and to see our entire astronaut corps standing here supporting us. And behind me, you have the Artemis III crew, Randy, Luca, Frank, and Dr. Andre Douglas. And we are so excited to see where Artemis III goes and where the rest of this office goes, thanks to your vision and Administrator Isaacson's leadership. Thank you all. I'm going to hand it over to our esteemed pilot, Victor Glover.
So, Mr. President, when we were in your office and you were so gracious to us, lavishing us with gifts and so much of your time, we had mentioned getting you one of these blue flight jackets. And so here we have your jacket today. And you'll notice the NASA, we affectionately call this the NASA meatball. But on the sleeve, you'll see the team that we are a part of in the astronaut office, and that is the Flight Operations Directorate. There's a lot of neat symbology on that patch, and I can explain it to you, or some of the team can later. Underneath that, you have the Artemis II mission patch, which we told you a little bit about, and then you've got 45 and 47 patches, which represent that vision that Reed was talking about earlier. And so we are people of our word, and it is great to be able to give this to you in front of everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And we were watching live there from Houston, Texas, where President Trump honored the crew of the Artemis II mission with the Congressional Space Medal of Honor. As you can see here, these 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, the astronauts who participated in that 10-day flight around the moon. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to take you now to Flagler County, where Sheriff Rick Staley, alongside members of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, are giving an update about the 41 arrests that came after Operation Offenders Endgame, a 3-day operation conducted by the Flagler County Sheriff's Office and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
All right, thank you for coming. Let me tell you who some of the people are behind this, and then I'll talk about our operation. Commissioner Mark Glass, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Director of Offender Enforcement and Apprehension, Melissa Buda. Did I get that close, kind of? Okay. From the Florida Department of Corrections, Probation and Parole, Correction Probation Supervisor John Richards, Senior Supervisor, and also Supervisor Wayne Kelly. And from the 7th Judicial Circuit is Assistant State Attorney Melissa Clark from the Career Criminal Unit. From the Sheriff's Office, we have Chief Augie Rodriguez, Sergeant George Aristokopoulos, Corporal Mike Breckenwalt, Detective Lauren Broomfield, who was a case agent. But this really was a team effort that touched many functions of the Sheriff's Office. From August 25th through August 27th, the Sheriff's Office, along with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the Florida Department of Corrections, conducted Operation Offenders Endgame. This 3-day operation was the first of its kind in Flagler County to ensure that every registered sex offender or predator had an in-depth investigation to ensure they were following every aspect of their required compliance and reporting to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the Flagler County Sheriff's Office. Previously, the Sheriff's Office had focused or addressed address verification. this was a more in-depth look in all aspects of required compliance. This resulted in the arrest of 40 sex offenders and predators, which is nearly 30% of all registered sex offenders in Flagler County. We also had what we're calling one bonus arrest, who was a non-sex offender. Basically, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and we found him with methamphetamine, so he went to jail. And one sex offender that was arrested twice, initially for not being in compliance, and then after being bonded out, failed to come in compliance within the required 48 hours, so she was arrested for a second time. So it's a total of 42 arrests, 41 offenders, and 168 felony charges. Leading up to the operation, analysts from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's Offender Enforcement and Apprehension Unit conducted an extensive review of all 139 sex offenders and predators throughout the county, which led to the early detection of 106 potential registration violations. As a result of that initial review, 13 arrest warrants were obtained prior to the sweep that was conducted this week. 84 in-person compliance checks were conducted. This resulted in 31 probable cause arrests made during the compliance checks. Every sex offender and predator carries the same legal obligations and must provide their phone number, emails, address, place of work, vehicle information, any aliases, social media accounts, and many other regulations that apply. 40 of our sex offenders that are here in Flagler County decided the rules did not apply to them. Well, they found out they were wrong. 2 were also found to have absconded, and arrest warrants are being obtained for Warren Franklin and predator Jamie Evans. Let me talk to you about the violations that we typically found. Florida law requires registrants to report and update multiple times a year and upon any change. Failure to comply is a felony. What we found in Operation Offenders in-game: failure to report or update vehicles, failure to report or update phone numbers, failure to report or update email addresses and internet identifiers, failure to report or update employment, failure to update driver's license information, failure to report a change of residence, or knowingly providing false registration information. Now I want to talk about some of the offenders just to give you a sense of a feel for what we had. Adrian Agostino, 46, Palm Coast, he's a sex offender. His charges in this operation were failure of a sex offender to report a change in email address or internet identifier, 3 counts providing false sex offender registration information by act or omission. His prior arrests include sexual battery by threat, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, multiple burglaries and robberies, and grand theft, larceny, firing a missile into a dwelling, disorderly conduct, kidnapping, and career offender. So you can tell we're not just dealing with, in most cases, people that just made a mistake. These are offenders that repeat and repeat and repeat. Robert Clark, 63, Palm Coast, sex predator. In this operation, he was arrested for 2 counts of failure of a sex offender to register vehicle information, 6 counts of knowingly providing false registration information. His prior arrests include carrying a concealed weapon, fraud, sexual battery on a victim, juvenile victim over 16 years old, and DUI with serious bodily injury. The next one I want to highlight is Andre Doughton, 36, Palm Coast, sex offender. Charges in this operation: violation of probation for accessing the internet and viewing pornography, and failure to, as a sex offender, to report changes in vehicle ownership. His prior arrests: battery, using a computer to lure a child, unlawful use of two-way communication device. And he was also arrested as a result of Operation Heartbreaker 2 previously. So he didn't learn from that one. He didn't learn from his prior arrest. Maybe he'll finally learn from this one. Hopefully he goes to prison. The next one is Brenda Kennedy, 59, Bunnell, registered sex offender. Charges in this operation: failure of a sex offender to properly register, 2 counts failure to register change in vehicles owned, 2 counts of knowingly providing false registration information. She bonded out on the initial arrest on August 26, still failed to register the appropriate information, which is at our jail administration. So if you're familiar with our facility and our campus there, you leave the jail, you drive or walk right by jail administration where the sex offenders are supposed to register. She chose not to do that. She had 48 hours to do that. She was made aware of her violations and noncompliance. So we rearrested her for an additional violation early this morning. Her prior arrests include aggravated indecent assault with a minor. Then Sean Smith, also a Bunnell sex offender. Charges in this operation were failure to report a change in vehicle owned, failure to report a change in telephone numbers, 13 counts of failure to report a change in email address or internet identifier, knowingly providing false sex offender registration information. His prior arrests were attempted lewd and lascivious battery on a victim between the ages of 12 and 15, possession of synthetic cathinones, possession of methamphetamine, possession of cocaine, possession of amphetamines, possession of a counterfeit payment instrument, burglary, retail theft, grand theft, obstruction, plus several misdemeanor convictions. Sean Smith has been arrested 41 times, has 18 felony convictions, 9 misdemeanor convictions. It's time this pervert goes to prison for a long time. The next one is John Copsey, 45, Bunnell, registered sex offender. 25 total charges. 15 counts of failure of a sex offender to report a change in email address or internet identifier. 4 counts of failure of a sex offender to report a change in vehicles owned. 6 counts of knowingly providing false sex offender registration information. His prior arrests included the molestation of a child less than 16 years of age by an offender over 18 years of age. Now I want to talk about John Copsey a little bit more. Because John Copsey is a prime example of why you do not judge a book by its cover, as he does not possess the typical characteristics of a sex offender portrayed in news headlines or movies. He's an active member of the Flagler County community and community organizations. He's a successful business owner and organizer of an annual professional rodeo held at the Flagler Fairgrounds, where he has recognized first responders on the field for years. In fact, as the organizer of the Brian Earl Foster Invitational Bull Riding Rodeo, he recently invited my wife and I to join him for dinner at a local restaurant to recognize me for 50 years of law enforcement service and presented me with a commemorative rodeo belt buckle. Through this operation, I discovered his true character. He was arrested in 2000, long before I moved here, long before I was sheriff. But we discovered his true character in his seedy past. While in all appearances he has changed his ways and character, the sins of the past follow sex offenders, and they must forever comply with the law or face the consequences like he is now. We also found a den of sex offenders with 4 offenders all living together at 4427 Acorn Avenue in Bunnell. These perverts were Mark Balzarati, hopefully that's close, we'll get you the spelling. His charges were failure to register, a change in a vehicle ownership, prior arrests, sexual battery, rape on a victim 12 years of age or older, aggravated assault, sexual battery on a person in familiar custody. Caleb Callard, he was arrested for failure to register change in vehicle ownership. His prior arrests, lewd and lascivious molestation on a child 12 to 16, aggravated assault, obstruction without violence, possession or sale methamphetamine with intent to sell, failure to appear, failure to register, violation of probation. The third one that we found at this house is Elijah Jackson. His current charges are failure to register change in vehicle ownership, violation of sex offender probation by lying to his probation officer about owning a second cellular device. His prior arrests, transmitting harmful material to minors, use of a computer to seduce or solicit or lure a child. And we have a fugitive out of that house. We haven't been able to find him since we took his 3 pervert friends to jail. His name is Christopher Raymond. His charges are failure to register a change in vehicle ownership. His prior arrests, grand theft, unarmed burglary of an unoccupied dwelling, possession of burglary tools, grand theft, failure of a sex offender to properly register. So my message to Christopher Raymond, turn yourself in, or you're going to be just walking down the road and we're going to snatch you up one day. So you're going to have to look behind you everywhere you go until we arrest your butt and put you in the Green Roof Inn. The next one I want to highlight, and this is the last one I'm going to highlight of the 40. Joseph Nichols, 40, Bunnell, he's a registered sex offender. He faces 2 counts of failure to report internet identifier. His prior arrests were shoplifting, hit and run, operating a motor vehicle without a license, fleeing or looting, violation of probation, failure to appear, sexual assault, failure to register. Yesterday, I joined our team in the field on this and a few other compliance checks, and noticed he was very evasive and nervous when being asked questions. His phone was seized and a search warrant obtained, and I believe that we will find additional violations, as when we seized that video, he had been watching, his cell phone, he had been watching a video titled "Daughter Kissing Daddy." Well, there's nothing wrong with a daughter kissing their father. A sex offender searching the internet and seeking out videos of a young child kissing their father for personal satisfaction is perverted as hell.
That there is a sample of that Flagler County Sheriff's Office news presser with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, giving information about the 41 arrests made after Operation Offenders Endgame. A couple of things we're watching before we go to break here. President Trump is set to speak with astronauts aboard the ISS. We just saw him give medals of honor to the astronauts who were aboard the Artemis II mission. You can see here Trump is preparing to speak with those astronauts who are aboard the ISS. We're also waiting to see David Jolly is speaking in Tallahassee at the Florida Capitol building. He's the independent gubernatorial candidate for Florida governor. He'll be attending activities at Florida A&M University, and we'll be watching for when he speaks with reporters. All of that coming up after we come back from break.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to take you live now to Houston, Texas, where President Trump is holding a call with the astronauts who are currently on board the International Space Station. Let's listen in.
A very special academy, and whether it's West Point, Annapolis, the Coast Guard Academy, if you look at the Air Force Academy, we're going to have an academy for what you people do. Everybody in this room would be excited, and it'll be at the same level. I said it has to be at the same level. If we're going to do it, it has to be at that very high level. Those are among the hardest schools to get into in the whole country. I would say almost at the top, and that's what we want. So we're going to set that up, and we'll remember this day for that. And I didn't realize it when I announced it. Nobody knew about it, and the room went sort of crazy. They liked it. But we just announced it, and you probably saw. So congratulations on that. Are you feeling well being all the way up there?
Well, first of all, that is very exciting news. We are thrilled to hear it. It's the first we've heard of it as well, and we want to welcome you on board the International Space Station. We and all of our colleagues are very thrilled to have you up here today. We're all doing very well. We've been in the middle of several spacewalks, and we're getting ready for another one next week.
That's very exciting, and I have a couple of people here that are very special to two people at least. And you want to say hello? Come on over.
Hi, it's Anna. Great to see you guys up there. We love you guys. You're doing a great job.
Hi, babe. Have a good time up there. We'll see you soon.
It's not bad, right? How could I let them stand here and, they want to say hello and you want to say hello. Who needs Trump? We want to say hello to them, right? It's an honor. This was a big day, and it's a big day actually for our country. And you have some tremendous plans. We have some tremendous plans ahead, and it's going to be something very special. I'm very proud of Space Force because I did that. It was during my term, and a lot of people didn't believe in it. A lot of people in the next administration wanted to end it, and frankly, the military put their foot down. The military absolutely put their foot down. They wouldn't let that happen. There was almost a revolt, and now it's a part of the whole thing. A lot of the victories, when you look at Venezuela, when you look at what we've done with the drug people coming in by boat and by land, frankly, that people don't know about so much. We get all that information from space and from what the people hear and what some others are doing. So it's incredible. Incredible how important it is, such a big deal. And it will get, with the high technology, it will get more and more with years. It'll get more and more important. So congratulations. You're really pioneers in a true sense. They're really pioneers, and Jared certainly is a pioneer. And when I came originally, I went to Florida and looked at the Kennedy Space Center, and it was closed. It was just closed. And the runway was grass strewn. It had grass throwing through the cracks, a lot of cracks and a lot of grass growing through. And now when you look at it, it's like a different world. We're back. But it was sad to watch that. It was very, very sad. Sad time for our country, actually. And I just congratulate everybody, and be careful, be safe. And we love you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I would like to say, as a colonel in the Space Force, that I am very proud to serve in the largest domain imaginable. And last week, I got the great honor of doing a spacewalk and got to look at the space station from the robotic arm and saw the incredible ingenuity that we are capable of. And I'm just so proud and excited that we are going to pave the way to our next journey to the moon, moon base, and Mars. And thank you for propelling us in that direction. We are watching your plans right now come to fruition and grateful for your leadership during this time period. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Would you like to say with that beautiful mustache? I want to get a mustache like that. Would you like to say something? Go ahead. Say with that beautiful mustache. I want to get a mustache like that. Would you like to say something? Go ahead. Would you like to say?
Absolutely, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, the mustache is a lot of fun. You definitely have to have one in space. It's great in microgravity. It's in the great tradition of naval aviation. And if you're going to start an academy, I graduated from the Naval Academy. I'm sure they're more than excited to support it and have it on board. And we're excited to be a part of the American space program. You're in MCC right now. Within 50, 100 feet of you are some of the finest minds that we have at NASA, and they're backed up by hundreds and thousands of more people at Johnson and Kennedy and all the centers around the country. America's leadership in the space program is incredible. We're excited about it. We're excited about going to the future, and our big team down at NASA is ready to execute and get Americans back on the surface of the moon.
Thank you very much, and we'll all see you when you get back, right? We're going to see them when they get back good and safe, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will continue doing our best to inspire all of the bright minds in the next generation as well. We are so excited about the energy that we feel and the energy that has been kicked off by the Artemis II crew. Thank you for honoring them today as well. We had the pleasure of speaking to them while we were up here on the International Space Station crew to crew, and it made us all incredibly connected and incredibly proud for what we have accomplished as a country and as an international program.
Great job. Very proud. We're going to see you when you get back. In fact, if you want, Oval Office time, right? It's going to be another Oval Office time. We have good luck with the Oval Office, right, Jared? So we'll see you in the Oval Office, okay? Thank you very much. Be safe. God bless you.
Thank you so much for your visit. We hope you have a wonderful stay in Houston.
And that there was President Trump speaking with the astronauts who are currently aboard the International Space Station. A lot going on there in Houston. Earlier, we saw President Trump award the members of the Artemis II mission with the Congressional Space Medals of Honor. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. But before we go, I do want to take you here to the courtroom in Massachusetts, where we are still on verdict watch for the Lindsay Clancy trial. This is the second day of jury deliberations. Started yesterday around 12:30 p.m. before being dismissed around 4 and told to reconvene at 9 this morning. Earlier, we did see the jury had a note for the judge. It wasn't exactly clear at first what that note was about, but it ultimately was the jury asking to see 2 bags of pills and a knife. So we are not sure when this verdict is going to come in, but if and when it does, we will take that live for you right here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. We are still awaiting David Jolly, the Democratic gubernatorial candidate for Florida governor. He will be attending activities at Florida A&M University this afternoon there in Tallahassee. A press advisory stated that there is media availability where Jolly will be speaking with reporters at the Florida Capitol building in Tallahassee. When that does happen, we'll take that for you live right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Earlier this afternoon, I had the opportunity to speak with Luke Ortega, a State Department deputy spokesperson, about the State Department's recent announcement that it's preparing to revoke tourist and business visas issued to foreign nationals who have either sought or are actively seeking asylum in the United States between 2016 and 2026, so here in the last decade. Internal estimates say this could affect over 200,000 people. So I had the opportunity to speak with Luke Ortega about this move from the State Department.
Revoking these tourist and business visas that were issued between the years of 2016 and 2026. What kind of spurred the department to move forward with that decision?
Here at the State Department, we understand that every visa decision that we make is a national security decision. Lots of times when we think about border security, we just think about the southern border. But in reality, visas are extremely important as well because they control who can legally enter our country. And we have been taking a number of steps to revoke the visas of people who come to the United States and break our laws, people who threaten the American public, and people who disrespect the rules and regulations governing their visas. And we're working in a wide variety of categories to combat fraud and abuse of our visa system and protect our borders.
And how does the retroactive revocation of an entry visa affect an individual's underlying status if they, say, already have an active or pending affirmative asylum application or an immigration court?
The important thing to understand with the revocations that you're referencing, these are situations where people are fundamentally committing fraud, where they're giving us one reason why they're coming to the United States, but in reality, it's a completely different reason. They say that they're here for a temporary purpose and then make a request to be able to remain permanently. Now, the process of any underlying claims will ultimately be adjudicated and resolved consistent with the practices of the Department of Homeland Security, but we want to ensure that people who are no longer eligible for the sort of visa that they have, which would be a temporary one to come here for a temporary period of time, that they no longer hold those visas. We're doing that in these cases in which people are no longer eligible because of the length of their stay, and we're doing that as well for people who break the law when they enter the United States.
And you spoke about the Department of Homeland Security. What administrative frameworks are governing data sharing between DHS and the State Department to kind of identify these individuals who would get those visas revoked for such things as you mentioned, fraud, overstaying them, et cetera?
We have put together a task force in many areas. So, for example, when we're combating birth tourism, we work with a task force, but we also have professionals and we are collecting that we share with the Department of Homeland Security in a way to protect our borders and to ensure that we're holding up our national security. So every time that we make a visa decision for a revocation, for example, that's information that we pass to the Department of Homeland Security for them to take action as appropriate.
And what procedural safeguards exist for individuals facing these visa cancellations, and what opportunities do affected people have to either challenge or clarify their intent at the time of the initial visa issuance?
It's really important to understand that a visa is a privilege. It's not a right. Foreigners do not have some sort of broad rights to enter our country. A visa is an opportunity to visit the United States, and with that opportunity come as well requirements. That includes respecting our laws, and that includes respecting the terms of the visa. In particular, with issues where our laws are being disrespected, this is an area where the State Department has taken very decisive action. We revoked more than 175,000 visas of individuals who are breaking our laws and disrespecting the rules of their visas. And the vast majority of those, honestly, are people who are getting arrested. And they're getting arrested for crimes that are a danger to our society, such as driving under the influence or assaulting people, burglary, drug crimes. And we want to make sure that those people understand that they're no longer welcome in the United States.
And we've seen from the Office of Communications from the White House these statistics of how crime has significantly lowered under the Trump administration. In your opinion, do you think that an action like this from the State Department and DHS could see those numbers go even lower?
Our goal is to make the United States as safe as we can, and we want to be a part of that in the State Department. This really is no joke. It's important that we identify people who are breaking our laws and ensure that they're not able to come in. I was recently talking, in fact, to a friend of mine who was working on this issue, and she told me that just last night she had revoked the visa of an individual who had been arrested 25 times in the United States and still had a valid visa. It's unacceptable. We are taking action that is governed by common sense and protecting American communities.
Luke Ortega, State Department representative, thank you so much for your time.
It's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
That was my conversation with Luke Ortega there about the State Department's decision to revoke the visas that were issued there in the last decade. I want to take you live now to Tallahassee, where David Jolly is speaking outside the Florida Capitol building while attending activities at Florida A&M University. Let's listen in.
Deep economic impact study about data centers. We can use one of our universities to do it, hand off that information to communities that otherwise don't have the resources. For instance, I'm not convinced that the long-term economic impact justifies data centers. I also think in the next 5 years, the size of these data centers could scale down by 90%. And now we'll have functional obsolescence in these infrastructure environments that Florida regrets. It's just moving too quickly. And honestly, this is where the influence of campaign finance and corporate money comes in. They are rushing to build these things for reasons of profit for the industry, but not out of public interest, and I think we need to hit pause.
On Hope Florida, why do you think that more Republicans haven't called for reform on that misappropriation? Senator Don Gates is the only one I'm aware of at the legislative level that says we need a new enforcement mechanism.
You know what I love saying? This happens occasionally across the trail. Y'all will get the humor in this, but I mean it. I like to say I'd love to work with Don Gates on utility reforms and on this case on Hope Florida reforms. And I know that might scare Don Gates, say, don't talk about me. but I mean it. He did something that I would have expected other Republicans to jump on. The grand jury report very unusually recommended legislative solutions to the problem that they identified. I think the legislature should pick that up right away. I think the governor should be saying, you know what, these are good recommendations. Instead, they're blaming the leaks or they're fighting it in another way. Look, it is obvious what happened is that $10 million of money was laundered from a Medicaid settlement through the First Lady's charity into 2 additional entities to use the money for the governor's purpose. And one of the most damning parts of this that exposes the real corruption is when the grand jury said those 2 applications for $5 million mischaracterized the use of the money. And then you had other people who testified who said they just thought Hope Florida was a concept, not an actual entity. This is laundering. This is money laundering. And I want to give grace to the First Lady here. I think she was used. I think Hope Florida was used. I think the governor's right when he says it's wrong to smear the First Lady. I don't think the First Lady had anything to do with this. The governor's political operation clearly decided they needed $10 million to defeat a ballot initiative, and they came up with a sinister plan that didn't start until a few weeks before the ballot initiative was going to be presented to voters, and they realized they needed additional investments to beat it back. And so the governor's chief of staff, presumably with the governor's blessing, took Centene money, washed it and laundered it through Hope Florida and put it into entities to further the governor's political interests. That's money laundering and it's corruption. The real indictment is that the grand jury said we can't bring charges because everybody blamed each other. No one would own up to what actually happened. And everybody involved were lawyers and they could hide behind the shield of lawyer activity. And then what happened is the cover-up resulted in promotions for the people who did it. The governor's chief of staff became our state Attorney General. The current Attorney General became a United States Senator, and the Deputy Attorney General became a judge. And then none of them could be called before the grand jury or cooperate. It's raw corruption. And so the reason I have suggested reopening the investigation or continuing the investigation is because I don't think the facts were fully made available, because the very people that were subject of the investigation were in a place to cover it up. And look, if our Attorney General seat flips and JJR comes in, I think JJR will be perfectly capable of continuing the investigation. If not, I think we should use the resources of the governor's office for additional fact-finding, or work with the legislature, like someone like Don Gates, to appoint a special counsel, an independent investigation. But if nothing else can be done, let's at least pick up the legislative reforms that the grand jury has recommended, and I hope Senator Gates will lead on that.
If you're elected governor, do you think there would be enough support in the legislature, especially if it maintains its Republican control? If Uthmeier is reelected, what would be the steps you'd actually take to successfully reopen that investigation and maybe find new facts?
So I have premised part of the model that I'm envisioning after what J.B. Pritzker did in Illinois. J.B. Pritzker used the governor's office to gather evidence related to federal immigration enforcement in the state, knowing that with a U.S. attorney that responds to this White House and this president, there may not be an opportunity to bring charges now, but he's evidence gathering. I do think within the portfolio of the governor's office currently, we could use resources to gather evidence. And I'll give you a way to justify it if the legislature wants to push back. If indeed we are in a place where legislatively we're looking for solutions, well, it's perfectly appropriate to use the governor's resources to identify exactly what happened so that we can craft the right legislative solution. There's a way to do this. And I do think, listen, I commend Senator Gates. I commend Andrade. I commend others who have been willing to step up and say, look, it's clear there was corruption here. Maybe a second take doesn't reveal any new facts and the matter is settled. But Florida's voters deserve a fair and independent look at this. You cannot have the people who are subject of the investigation be the ones that are actually in a position to stonewall and cover up and then receive promotions for doing that. Look, it's sad. And I will say, I hope Byron Donalds will show leadership in this moment and commit to doing the same. I don't think this is going to be a partisan issue in the race. Frankly, I think the race still comes down to affordability and to data centers. Everywhere I go, I say housing, healthcare, education, and no to data centers. That's it. That's the entire policy platform of this race at this point. But people see corruption, and this is a test of what type of governor voters can expect.
Would you like to see the Florida bar? I know Angie yesterday said that she was going to file a complaint with the Florida bar because everyone involved is an attorney, and moreover, she encouraged residents and voters to file complaints. One, do you feel like they've done something that would violate their code of ethics or whatever they have to adhere by as an attorney? And what would you like the Florida bar to do? Like, would you have faith that the Florida bar, which I guess is an extension of the Supreme Court, would actually take action?
Hey, look, I'm a licensed attorney myself, and the bar has a process to adjudicate complaints. And certainly, if that was deemed appropriate, I could see why the bar would want to do that. It might be a tough hill to climb, but I think that would be an avenue that I would commend Angie for taking. I think what you might also see is, these funds have not been fully recovered, and the courts are still available as a forum to try to recover the money as well. It's early, but we have begun to have conversation about what might it look like to try to recover the stolen funds, because that is still an avenue that has not been fully pursued. And I would just ask for grace, give us a few days on that, and we might have more information about that.
Would that be the full $10 million you're going to recover, the $800K that was sufficient, or like how much do you think can be recovered?
Give me a few days on that. Give me a few days on that.
Do you have any idea what specific reforms would be needed to address this? You mentioned potential legislative ones.
Well, so if you just take the grand jury reforms, it recommended that any settlement money go into general revenue and not be allowed to be diverted. And then the second recommendation was essentially transparency and enforcement. And I think that's a good way to start. And honestly, I trust the wisdom of Senator Gates on this. I mean, he's taken on a lot of big issues in the state, and I think if he decides to lead on this, I'd have his back.
Could you talk a little bit about healthcare? You mentioned it's affordability, it's healthcare.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I'm in a very post-partisan place, post-ideological. I just take an enterprise approach, looking for big solutions to big problems. Healthcare is one of
You're listening in there to Democratic gubernatorial candidate for Florida Governor David Jolly attending activities at Florida A&M University, but taking a moment here at the Florida Capitol building there in Tallahassee to answer reporters' questions. We heard him speak about Hope Florida, the direction of the governor's race, a little bit about his healthcare initiatives and tax advisories, as well as his stance on data centers, to which he says, we do not want them here in Florida. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Going to hand things off to our Florida Live team. Welcome in our TV audience. Stick with us. You won't want to miss this.
And streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It has been a busy Friday here on Fox Local. We appreciate you joining us. I want to let you know, in case you're just joining us, some of what we've been following. President Trump just a little bit ago was in Houston at the Johnson Space Center, where he honored the Artemis II astronauts with Congressional Space Medals of Honor. He also signed an executive order establishing the U.S. Space Academy, which is interesting to note. That's one of the things that Orange County mayoral candidate Chris Messina has been pushing for. He wants to see that in Orlando. So an interesting step and a big announcement there today from President Trump. Let me give you a live look in Plymouth, Massachusetts, where we are still on a verdict watch in the Lindsay Clancy trial, which has been getting nationwide attention. A lot of folks watching this. Deliberations began yesterday afternoon, continued again today. The jury did come back with a question, wanted to see some evidence again. Obviously, this is the trial that, again, has really rocked the nation here. A mother charged with the murder of 3 children. And no idea if we might have a verdict today or if that might carry over into Monday, but we're keeping an eye on that. We were also just listening into David Jolly, the Democratic gubernatorial candidate, speaking live and answering some questions at the state capitol in Tallahassee, talking a lot about Hope Florida and the renewed questions that all that has raised, especially with some of the new developments that have come out this week. And so we're listening in to that a little bit, and also following breaking news out of Tampa, where Hillsborough Hillsborough County today approved the Rays Stadium deal. So that has now been signed off by Tampa City Council yesterday and Hillsborough County Commission today. Huge steps forward that essentially greenlights the construction of that new stadium on Dale Mabry Highway in Tampa. And so we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also following up on a high-profile court case out of Orange County where suspended Palm Beach County Clerk Mike Caruso facing very serious child sex charges and appeared in court today for a bond hearing. Fox 35's Matt Trezza was there, has more from the inside the courtroom, joining us live now via Zoom. Matt, we appreciate you joining us. What happened in court today?
For sure. So Caruso was granted bond by the judge, $150,000. So now the action is moved from the courthouse over to the Orange County Jail, where we are on watch to see if Caruso will be walking out of the jail. Generally speaking, when bond is posted, the inmate usually leaves within 3 to 4 hours, sometimes as much as 6 hours. So it's really just a wait and see at this point. At this point, we are just waiting for information on the bond status and whether or not, if it's been posted, how soon he'll be walking out. But that is the assumption at this point. Just to give viewers and listeners some background here, Caruso is 67 years old. He's charged with sexually abusing a relative under the age of 12 for 2 years. Investigators say this happened at a home at a place in Orange County, which is why Orange County has been had jurisdiction here, and also on a family cruise. Caruso has denied wrongdoing, and he's also retained some prominent defense counsel in this case, Donna Rotuno. She is known for, among others, defending Harvey Weinstein.
Matt, I would imagine prosecutors today probably argued against bond, probably didn't want that granted. Can you kind of take us into some of the arguments and what we heard today in court?
Yeah, I mean, they made their arguments, but the judge said that there wasn't enough evidence at this point to keep Caruso in jail. The judge said that investigators didn't give him enough, or didn't give the judge enough of that evidence that they were looking for.
Detectives testifying on the stand today. Who did we hear from? I know I saw a couple of witnesses, it looked like.
Yes, we did hear from several witnesses. I'm looking into that testimony right now. Unfortunately, I was not in the courtroom for much of the morning. I was on a different assignment. So I've right now looking into a lot of that, trying to make sure that we've got all that in place to present later today.
All right, Fox 35's Matt Trezza, we appreciate you joining us, giving that update, and we'll keep an eye out. I know you are on watch at the jail there, so let us know if anything happens, and we'll keep an eye on that. Matt, we appreciate you.
Absolutely will. Thank you so much.
Again, we'll wait and see what happens if he does bond out here in the next little bit from the jail. I was mentioning just a couple of minutes ago about the Rays Stadium, a major step forward when it comes to that vote. Just a little bit ago, we were monitoring that throughout the morning. It didn't take nearly as long as the meeting yesterday in Tampa. They took public comment yesterday all throughout the day. That went into the evening before the council ended up having a vote on that. It passed 4-3, passed the Hillsborough County Commission today 5-2. I want to play for you just a few minutes here. This was kind of the final moments leading up to that vote, and then comments from Ken Hagan, the commission member, after that vote.
Absolutely. I do want to ask Julia her thoughts.
The way you wrote that and in line with how you had your original motion, it would be that the agreement would have a total cap, and then the other pieces of that will be embedded in the CBA to come forward to you. So it's a little bit parsed out by just what's in this agreement, and that's the way I understood it, and then what you would request that I put into a CBA that I bring back to you on the timing mechanism.
And I understood the 60 million, and then did you say the first 20% was over 5 years?
4 years.
Oh, 4 years. Okay.
Correct. Yours is written, mine's typed.
I can't read my own handwriting.
So you accept the amendments, Chair?
Sure.
May I speak just for a moment?
Yes.
Yesterday, the city of Tampa provided us, I'm going to use it as a ceiling of $75 million from Councilwoman Hurtak. I thought that was a bit much. Looking at other agreements around the country, Kansas City Royals and some of these other places that you have out there, those numbers fall, I think, within that line of 50 to 70, 65 million. I think, though, that for the pain and suffering that we've had to go through with the expedited schedule and the amount of money that we're not receiving through our fiscal stewardship of our dollars should at least equate to some kind of benefit for our community, that we're seeing people out here that are going to see a direct benefit from the raise, because it's still going to be 3 to 4 years, 5 years before we're going to get any benefit from that. The Rays have a great opportunity to go out there through our CBAs, go out in the community and show them what they're doing today after this is done, whether that's through Little League fields, whether that's through different agreements, whatever those may be. Can't recall how many are in there. It's 9 pages of ideas, but this is an opportunity for them to do that on the front side. So for that, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. That was going to be my next question. Are you still on the second? It is my pleasure to get to call this vote. Please record your votes.
Motion carries 5-2. Commissioners Cameron Cepeda and Woolston voted no.
Okay. Before we adjourn, I want to first of all, I want to thank all the board members for all of your hard work, for today's robust discussion, and for approving this generational development. Commissioner Myers, my apologies. I didn't say it earlier, but a change is going to come. I also want to thank everyone who came down today, and really everyone who participated throughout this process over the last several months. Most of all, though, I want to thank the person who was responsible for me being in this seat and responsible for my love of baseball. His name is also Ken Hagan. He's my dad. Dad, we did it.
So a huge step today with Hillsborough County approving that, essentially ensuring in many ways that the move from St. Pete to Tampa proper is complete. Now, still more steps in this process, not complete until the stadium is finished, but huge step forward. This will allow, in many ways, green lights construction for that work to begin this fall. The timeline is, as Rays team leaders have said, essentially needing to start construction this fall in order to be done by opening day of 2029. That's the goal for when they hope to kind of move into that new stadium there in Tampa. Well, we are just getting started here on Florida Live. We still have much more to come over the next little bit here on Fox 35 TV and, of course, on Fox Local, always on Fox Local. But we appreciate you joining us as we just get started. On the other side of this break, going to check in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, who just walked in the streaming studio. Going to be talking some weather and who knows what else. You never know. So keep it right here, and we'll be right back with Florida Live right after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here now with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining us live now here in our streaming studio. TJ, we appreciate you joining us. Let's talk some tropics here.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of conversation this week about Tropical Storm Dolly. No longer a tropical storm, though. It's kind of been ripped to pieces.
Yeah. It's moved into a more unfavorable atmosphere, really, Garrett, in the central Atlantic now. And our latest update still had that wind up around 40 miles per hour, but it felt like almost a little engine that could, but it seems like at this point now, it just seems like which is typical of the pattern that we're in, this El Nino. It just seems like there's going to be so much shear that it won't be able to make it through that wall of wind shear.
That wind shear just too much for it to kind of fight through.
I think if it was a little stronger, it may have had a bit more of a chance. And there has been some talk that, on the other side of this wind shear, as it makes its way into the western Atlantic, where conditions are a little more conducive, the water has a little more heat content. So, I mean, it's not impossible, but I would say right now it seems less likely than more at this point.
Because so talk us through what we're looking at here on the radar here.
Sure.
Just a wave.
It's just an open wave now. Yeah. And we saw kind of earlier today, Fox Weather put that out on our alert system that it's now disorganized into this open wave, not seeing a closed circulation anymore with this. But I mean, still some storms with it for sure. You can kind of see some of those darker blacks and reds, still some storms with what is left of Dolly. But yeah, I believe this will probably be our last update. You can kind of see where that counterclockwise motion is. That's right where Dolly is, but look at all that red, and that's the more intense shear that what is left of Dolly will have to make its way through. You can see where there's less shear, which is of course a little closer to us, and that's where some of the data has been pinpointing that reorganization. But it just seems like right now, as this continues on its westward trek, still probably some storms for the Antilles and some rain, but overall the shear that's been so prevalent across the Atlantic seems like it's just going to kind of be there, Garrett, and thankfully, even though it's been it's hard to hear the name Dolly this week, but thankfully did not become anything meaningful. That's probably the way Dolly would have wanted it, I would say.
And so could still bring some rain and showers and that kind of thing to some of the islands?
I would think so, yeah. I think it'll still be enough to at least bring some rain and some storms to the Lesser Antilles as we progress through the rest of the weekend of the weekend. But I would say overall, thankfully, not looking like anything going to come out of Dolly in a major way.
And you said not impossible, the chances of it reforming. Can you kind of take us through over closer to Florida here and what would need to happen for it to, if it were going to reorganize,
Sure.
What we would kind of be seeing with that?
So I guess if it doesn't get completely torn apart and it can make its way through that shear, what is left, just really all we need is a little disturbance. So if we have a little cluster, a little complex of showers and storms that is still kind of lingering around the Windward and Leeward Islands, because you can see, of course, closer to the Bahamas, Cuba, there's a lot less shear. So if something were to kind of still be hanging out down there and it can kind of get lifted up into that area of warmer water and less shear, then there's that potential for something to reorganize. But it just seems like the way it is now and the weakening trend that's already happened so quickly, it just seems like it almost leads me to believe if something were to spin up, it would be something new, at least from what I can see right now.
All right, so we're fine with that.
I think so.
We are fine with the wind shear tearing that apart, and like you said, that's just kind of been the story that we've seen throughout this hurricane season so far. And we're now just a few days away from the peak, or a couple of weeks away from the peak.
We are, yeah. I mean, we're getting there. We're now that we've named Dolly, we're kind of well behind the climatological norms of getting our names, Garrett, and Edward is the next name on the list. But you can see this time of the year, I mean, it's time where we're getting a lot more activity, climatologically speaking, and the peak is September 10th. We're about to ring in September here in just a few days, and it seems like, at least right now, again, over the next week at least, nothing outlooked by the National Hurricane Center, and of course, if anything does, we'll be in to break it. But it definitely seems like, thankfully, this El Niño is going to keep things kind of at bay as we get closer and closer to peak season.
Is there a point that shear kind of dies down?
I mean, we've seen it at times, and it all kind of depends on where these waves are in relationship to these ridges of high pressure, or the big Bermuda high that's been kind of out in the Atlantic, which is typical this time of the year. But it seems like no. I mean, if a storm happens to thread the needle, which we always say is a possibility, but it's just been so prevalent because it's such a strong El Nino. It's been hard between that and the dust. The dust has certainly waned. I can pull up our dust map right now, and you can see there's a lot less of that in the tropics. So that's one thing that would not hinder development, at least for the most part, because that and the shear has been a complementary thing this season. But now it's just kind of the shear that has played a role in Dolly's demise here late this week.
Now, let's talk kind of our local forecast here, because we know there's a lot going on this weekend. We've got race fans in Daytona for the kind of regular season finale for NASCAR. I
can't believe we're already talking about that.
I know. The season just flies by. It seems like just yesterday was Daytona 500
I know,
back in February.
It'll be, I feel like, here before we know it, next year.
It will be. It is a short off season for NASCAR. I'm sure the drivers agree.
Yeah.
But so we're talking race weekend. It's the first weekend of the Food and Wine Festival, International Food and Wine at Epcot. So a lot of
time of the year.
Yeah, I'll see you there tomorrow. So a lot of things going on. Just kind of walk us through our forecast tonight and through the weekend as we kind of get ready for the weekend. I'm sure people are counting down here at 2:20 in the afternoon.
I bet it was. I felt so bad. I know a lot of people braved the downpours yesterday at Epcot. I know it wasn't the best kickoff for Food and Wine, but we are expecting the rain chances to get out there this evening. So probably smart to bring the rain gear if you are getting out and about to Food and Wine. Probably bring the ponchos to HHN as well as Halloween Horror Nights. And I can't believe we're finally diving headfirst into spooky season all across Central Florida now, Garrett.
I also can't believe I forgot to mention that is starting, because that's our next block. We're getting a live interview from Halloween Horror Nights. So,
that's perfect.
Yeah,
it's crazy. I know last year I remember some of the heavy rain, some of the houses had some water in them. So hopefully we can get through tonight without any major deluges. But we can see some storms out there really favoring areas west of I-75 right now. We are seeing some stronger storms as well that have pushed into portions of Marion County, seeing some near Ocala and Bellevue around as we kind of zoom in. About 70 strikes here in our radar view in the last 15 minutes, seeing some of the storminess just to the north and east of Denellen, right on top of Rainbow Falls, and that it continues down into portions of Sumter County, close to Inverness, Floral City, and some rain just to the west of Lake Pennsauken. A little closer to Central Florida, we're seeing some showers and thunderstorms now getting closer to northern Volusia County to the west of Daytona, Ormond, and we can see a few more that are up into northern Marion County, just the north and east of Reddick on top of Bay Lake, and just to the east of Citra, probably hearing some good thunder there. But kind of similar to yesterday, nothing all that bad, but still the potential for some stronger storms through the remainder of the early evening as we see the sea breeze collision happen, promoting maybe a couple of stronger storms through dinner time, and then those will fade away as we lose that heating into the wee hours of our Saturday. And then kind of the same story for our Saturday afternoon, scattered showers and thunderstorms on top of Central Florida, and then those kind of fade away. And we're kind of back. It almost feels like, Garrett, after kind of getting a bit of a break, we're back into our classic rainy season pattern, and that really continues for the weekend. Thankfully, not washouts, but just hit or miss showers and thunderstorms.
Think we're okay in Daytona for the big race tomorrow night?
So the good news is, being that it's night race, which is great. I feel like that definitely helps. I would think that a lot of this activity is going to be kind of favoring more of our inland areas. It seems like the collision maybe a little farther inland versus a little closer to the East Coast. So that would hopefully keep Daytona and the Speedway around the area dry and more lightning free. But I know there's going to be a lot of people packing Daytona, so hopefully no issues tomorrow, no delays, and they can get the Coke 400 in okay.
Yeah, let's hope. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
And as we go to break, we'll give you a live look at Daytona Beach right now on this Friday afternoon. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. As we were just talking about with TJ, it is the start of Halloween Horror Nights at Universal. An exciting time of year, already looking ahead to the fall. Certainly doesn't feel like fall just yet here in Florida, but getting you in those Halloween vibes. And joining us live now from Universal to show us what those vibes are all about as HHN gets underway. We've got Fox 35 content editor and producer Johnny Jackson joining us, and also another familiar face you may recognize, independent reporter Sean Green, who we talked to about the Magic, UCF, and all kinds of things. Guys, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thanks, Garrett.
Happy to be here.
All right, so it just opened, just what, 2 o'clock? Y'all just got inside. Just kind of walk us through what's going on, how things are looking on this this Friday afternoon.
So we can flip the camera around and really show you. So there's only 3 houses open right now: Goodfellow, Hellraiser, and Stranger Things. The line for Goodfellow is already showing, the line for Oddfellow is already showing 75 minutes. There are a good amount of people here. The good news for anyone who wants to come, getting your early access wristband was maybe 5 minutes. It was so easy, so smooth. I mean, if you look here, everyone's dressed up for either the heat, because it is hot, or to represent their favorite scary movies, their favorite Horror Nights IPs. I mean, it is bustling out here. If you look right behind us, We've also got this guy right here. We are right by downtown Clowntown. The scare actors are going to come out around. And it is going to be a real clowny day out here.
Well, it wouldn't be an interview with Johnny Jackson without some sort of pun, some sort of bad joke there. So there's lots of scare zones, lots of haunted houses for folks to check out. Talk to us about what your plan is, kind of what y'all are most looking forward to checking out there at Halloween Horror Nights.
Well, I think our plan right now is Hellraisers in the back of the park, which is usually the lines are a little bit lower. It's also covered in a tent. The line is. Which is great because it's hot. It's hot.
Really hot.
It's hot. We're already sweating.
I'm wearing long sleeves, which is my usual move, but it's really not smart for a day like today. But it is really hot.
It's hot. We're gonna go to the back first, hit a couple of the houses back there in that kind of alcove behind Men in Black. I think Sinners is back there as well. We'll hit those two. Come back towards the front of the park at the end of the day. That's usually the move, especially for an opening night, which is going to be one of probably the busiest nights Universal's going to see all year.
Yeah, I know this is one of those things that you look forward to and you go every year. Why? What is it that makes you look forward to? What is it that stands out to you about Halloween Horror Nights? For the fact that, I mean, here you are there on opening day and not here helping me with streaming.
Look, I got into this. I met a girl, got a girlfriend 5 years ago, and I have been coming ever since because of her. I think there is a sense of community. I will be honest. Once you go one time and you feel the excitement and you feel the buzz with all the people, it's unlike anything that you experience. It is kind of an Orlando tradition. So it's almost like an expectation at this point to come on opening night. Listen, it could be very stupid. There are so many people that are going to be here tonight, and the lines are going to be ridiculously long. But I do think it is kicking off that Halloween season and having so many people that love kind of coming to this event every year. You want to experience it on the first night for as good or bad as it's going to be for the next now 12 hours. Opening at 2 p.m. is the first time they've done it. The event closed at 2 a.m. So we're talking about a very long night, very long event. It's 12 hours of scares, but I think it's the community for sure.
No, and honestly, like I've been coming to this because I grew up here. I've been coming to Halloween Horror Nights since high school. I mean, there's nothing like it, especially because my parents were never horror movie people. Like coming with your friends, I mean, it's one of the best. It's the most popular Halloween attraction in Florida for a reason. I mean, there's the sets, the scare actors, the houses. The amount of money and care and effort and just craft that they put into these things is second to none.
And so, what are you most looking forward to, and why?
I mean, I'm probably looking forward to the Jack and Oddfellow house. I think they're the icons of this year. There's a lot of buzz online about it. Hellraiser is another one. Those are two houses that are open here at 2 p.m. Hellraiser has been getting a lot of buzz online. So I think right now those are the two that probably right after this hit will go into one of those lines, preferably in some shade. Those are probably the ones I'm looking forward to the most.
I'm looking forward to Sinners. I mean, it was easily one of the movies last. I mean, Michael B. Jordan won forward to Sinners, and I hope they do well. I hope it translates well into a haunted house. I'm really excited.
Well, you'll have to let us know. We'll get the updates. Check in with you again after you've had the chance to experience those. Maybe talk with you next week about it. Johnny Jackson, Sean Green, we appreciate you giving us a live look inside Halloween Horror Nights as things get underway at the parks on this Friday. Y'all have fun. Pace yourself.
Thanks, Garrett.
Later, guys.
Are you one of those folks who's going to be heading out there a little bit later? Sounds like it's going to get crowded on this opening night, but it is finally here. I know so many of you look forward to it, and now it is underway. The park is open. Halloween Horror Nights has begun. Well, we still have much more to come here on Florida Live. Don't want you going anywhere. When we come back, we're going to be talking about one of the most anticipated video games of all time? ? Question mark? I think that's fair to say. We're talking about Grand Theft Auto 6. Netflix yesterday airing a extended look at the Rockstar Games video game, and so we had the chance earlier to speak with one of our video game experts about what we learned about it from that first look and kind of what it means. We are now just a couple of months away from the release for that video game. And whether you are interested in video games or not, it's something that you need to know about just because of the huge attention and anticipation. This is something that people have been waiting for and talking about for years now, and it's been delayed, but it is finally now just a couple of months away, coming up mid-November, the release for that. And whether you like it or not, you're going to be hearing about it, especially right around Thanksgiving time when that video game is released. Again, just a huge kind of cultural thing here. And so we're going to talk more about that coming up in just a couple of minutes. We also have much more, and we continue to be on verdict watch in the Lindsay Clancy trial, something that has really just riveted the entire country over the past couple of weeks of testimony and arguments, statements being made inside that courtroom. Live look right now, Plymouth, Massachusetts, where that trial's been underway and where the jury has been deliberating for hours now. They started deliberating around 12:30 yesterday afternoon and wrapped up for the day around 4 without any sort of verdict. Started again around 9 o'clock this morning. As I mentioned earlier, they did send a note to the judge. They wanted to see a couple things, a couple of pieces of evidence that they wanted to see. That's according to Fox News reporting, citing the defense team, saying that that's what that was about. So we are still on verdict watch. That could come today. If it doesn't happen today, then they will, our understanding is that they'll take a break for the weekend, or they often take a break for the weekend and then would resume on Monday. We don't know that for sure until the judge kind of decides that, but that's our understanding at this point. So we are watching that. If that happens today, we will bring this to you live here on Fox Local. Right now, though, we're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you live right now to Tampa. This is Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, who is talking right now about the Rays Stadium deal that has now been approved by the Tampa City Council and by the Hillsborough County Commission. Let's go ahead and listen in as she answers questions from reporters. Again, this is live right now in Tampa.
You got this. Obviously, the NFL, the Bucks, do plenty, but with the Lightning and the Rays, this is a big deal.
It is. It's a very big deal, and if you look at it futuristically, even the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a huge piece of land around there, so we could really make that entire location sports mecca here in Tampa Bay.
Why do you think it is that sports leads the way on development these days? Does it speak to the difficulties of getting these types of things off the ground?
Well, I heard one of the public comments, actually it may have been someone on the council or the commission, talking about the owners of professional sports teams being billionaires. And I don't think that anybody becomes a billionaire by owning a sports team. I think it's the other way around. People who have been very successful in business, quite often development, will buy sports teams. And so I wouldn't say that it was a natural progression, but it's not unusual.
The night that you won your first election, I asked you, I don't know if you remember this, you probably don't, I asked you in the pile, I said, if I had told a rookie cop that you'd be standing here as the mayor one day, what would you have said? And you said to me, I don't know if you're going to guess what you said, but you said to me, I would have had you committed. When you took office, if I had told you that the Rays were going to be moving to Tampa by the end of your term, what would you have said?
Might have been the same answer. Because, when you think about those things and you look at how long these deals can take to come to fruition, and sort of the back and forth through the years, the chances of it happening were pretty slim. So it's again, it's just everything has to line up, and I think that a lot of the credit goes to the individuals that were involved in it. When you look at the county administrator and county attorney and the city attorney and the chief of staff and everybody on the Rays side that really worked towards one goal and were willing to compromise and collaborate is really what it brought it to the finish line.
When it comes to the particulars of this deal, what do you think the key change was in the lease, and at what point, or in the MOU, and at what point did you say maybe a TIF would work better than the plan to have CIT and CRA money?
Well, we talked about that early on. I always say majority of my mistakes are made on assumption, and there was the assumption that the Drew Park CRA would be overjoyed at the opportunity to participate in this development. And when we found that that wasn't the case, then we immediately turned to the TIF overseen by a CDD.
What happens now at the site? What do you know about the next steps? At what point are we going to see shovels in the ground?
Yeah, that's a tough part, because people, decisions made. It's Friday. The city's approved, the county's approved. So let's go out and have a groundbreaking on Monday. But there's a great deal of legal work that needs to be done. There's still a great deal of work that needs to be done in the design of the stadium. So it's going to be some months before you're going to see any movement of dirt, that's for sure.
As best you can tell, though, can the Rays start spending their own money on the site and on design and all that? And I guess having this done can give them the confidence that they can move forward with their own money.
And that's question obviously better answered by the Rays, but the Rays have to have not just the confidence that the deal is going to go through, they have to have the framework that will allow them to bond and to move forward financially with a project of this magnitude. So still a lot of steps involved, but today's vote was a monumental step forward.
Say a word about St. Pete. The city of Tampa now is going to get this team. Do you view this as you're taking the team from St. Pete, or is it what you've said all along, which is that we have to keep this team in Tampa Bay?
Right. I think it's the latter. It's all about Tampa Bay. You know, if you look at the Tampa Bay Bucks, the Tampa Bay Lightning, the Tampa Bay Rays, it's not necessarily where they're playing ball, it's the fact that they're in our region. And we work so well together with St. Pete, with Clearwater, and, you know, any one of those cities gets a win, it's a win for everybody.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it. You good? Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Tampa Mayor Jane Castor speaking with Fox 13's Evan Axelbank. They're live in Tampa answering some questions, talking about what happens now after both the city and the county voted to approve that Rays Stadium deal. Certainly a monumental day in the Bay Area and a big step that has repercussions even here in Central Florida as well. But something that we know that Rays fans specifically have been waiting for decades, trying to figure out. Trying to find a future home for that team. It's something that has happened time and time again. There have been stadium proposals, and we've talked some about that long road. If you're a Rays fan, you know that long road to kind of get to this day. And this is a big step forward now. You heard her say it'll still be some months before they break ground on any of this, before you see dirt being moved. But that's certainly a big step forward with the approvals going in today. I want to give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach. We talked about the weather some and race weekend. Check out those interesting clouds that we are seeing right now over the Atlantic Ocean. Doesn't look hardly anyone on the beach, at least right in front of the Hard Rock Hotel where our camera is right now. But look at those clouds. Might have to call up TJ and see what's going on with those. It looks like a watercolor painting. But that is a really interesting look as we head into this Friday afternoon, and maybe you have some beach day plans for the weekend. Not sure what you have planned. Whether it's could be Halloween Horror Nights, could be International Food and Wine Festival at Epcot, could be race weekend. Race tonight, another race tomorrow night at Daytona International Speedway. So whatever you've got going on, we hope you have a great weekend. All right, we were following that breaking news, and so I'm not going to have time to play that full interview for you about Grand Theft Auto 6, but that is, you'll be able to find that on our website in just a little bit. But I do want to play for you at least a couple of minutes for you as we talked to Khalif Adams, who is CEO of Spawn on Me Entertainment, who reacted to some of what we learned and some of what we saw in that extended look that was streamed yesterday on Netflix. Kind of our first look at some of the gameplay for, as I said earlier, one of the most anticipated video games of all time.
Can you kind of just give us your first reaction to this extended look?
All right, looks like Hannah.
Oh, I mean, Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be huge in terms of not only, sales and visibility, but from a player's perspective, a person who's loved games for so long and has been a big fan of the GTA series, this game looks so good. It is beautiful from top to bottom. It is a technical achievement. Excited to see the story between Lucia and Jason evolve and grow and be what it is that players kind of want it to be, because you can control a lot of the aspects in there. And the world building in this game that they showed during the Netflix reveal was just phenomenal. It is something that I think is burning up the internet right now, and is something that I think most folks who were really excited for it before have even ramped up even more in terms of that level of excitement and hype for it.
We've waited 13 years for a new GTA game. Do you think that what we saw? You talked about the technical achievement of what we saw, the extended look. Do you think that what we saw justifies that incredibly long development cycle?
1,000%. I mean, the last game that we got was Red Dead 2, I believe, in 2018 or so. I mean, the team at Rockstar, with the multiple studios that they've built over the years and their technical prowess, it's definitely worth the wait. I think, for most folks who were thinking about what this game was going to be, I think most of the people were really excited to understand, well, is this going to be GTA 5 just prettier? And I think you get a mix of both that plus you see what Rockstar does really, really well. They build all these really intricate and amazing systems around the game that they are kind of controlling and making and forming, with the understanding that these worlds are all interlocking. All of these pieces are going to be in the mix in terms of gameplay, story and narrative, just, replicas of what Miami is going to look like, and how kind of the mashup and connection between the real world version of it and the stylized version that they're going to have in the game is going to be something where you are going to get lost for days and probably months into this game because of how big this thing is.
It really is kind of cool to think about, seeing some of those immersive representations of somewhere like Miami in video game form, and especially when it is such an open concept. Again, that was just a small taste of that interview. Fox 35's Aaron Page had the chance to speak with Khalif Adams. Again, we'll have that up for you soon on YouTube and of course Fox Local, so you will be able to watch that there and to learn more about it and see what we're learning and some of the takeaways. Again, release date for that coming up November 19th, so not too far away. We know that there are a lot of people who maybe have already taken some time off work for that one. Just something that many folks have been waiting years for, and it is just about finally here. So we'll continue to kind of track the impact of that, and also count you down to that release date. But again, people are just kind of looking for any little bit of information, and that was the first time we got an extended look at some of the gameplay, almost half an hour of it in that first look yesterday on Netflix. Well, so we still have more to come here on Florida Live. I do have one more break I've got to get in before we continue. But as we go to break here, let me give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. And again, can't get enough of those watercolor-looking clouds just over the ocean there and the pretty sand. It is quite the view on this Friday. So keep it right here on Florida Live. When we come back, we're going to check in with Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie. Great story and a great update that she's got for us on the other side of this break. So keep it right here, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. A few more minutes with you on Florida Live, and we appreciate you joining us today. We want to check in with Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie because she has a great update for you on a story that we have been following for almost a year now. Literally almost a year, just a couple of days away from 1 year, that Ethan Pritchard, the former Seminole High School star, current and Florida State University linebacker, was injured in a shooting up in Tallahassee, or in the Tallahassee area. And a great update today. Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie joining us live now via Zoom. And Hannah, I'm going to let you tell everyone the news here and what you got to experience, what you got to see today. What a moment.
What a moment indeed, Garrett. That is a way to put it. I mean, medical marvel might be another way. Pushing the boundaries could be another term I would use for this. As you said, we haven't yet reached 1 year since Ethan Pritchard was shot in the head in a case of mistaken identity, and he is now back on his feet, not just walking, Garrett, but training, doing intense rehab. He's doing drills with physical therapists, all in an effort to hopefully one day get back on the football field and do what he loves. Garrett, it was so neat to see him out there, his drive, his determination. His dad was there too, just watching on. I want to point out what you just saw there. So he stumbled. There was a couple falls, and that's expected, but the trainers do not let up. Those physical therapists, they say, get up, get up, get up. His dad, Earl, told me that's the hardest part about watching. Every time he takes a fall, takes a stumble, he said, as a parent, you want to go over, you want to pick your kid up, you want to help him up. But the same trainers say, don't you dare do it, Dad. If he falls down 5 times, he's got to get up by himself 6 times.
I love that. It is certainly inspiring to see. How did we get to this point, Hannah?
Okay, so months, almost a year in the making here. But I will say, I'm told the last 7 weeks are really where Ethan's recovery has just taken an upward momentum track. So this is all at the Draft Academy, what you're seeing today, right now. And those are, it's a place here in Winter Park. It's specialized specifically for athletes, some non-athletes as well, if you have recoveries. It's a place to go and train just at that higher level. They also deal with a lot of athletic injuries as well, kind of, just like Ethan's here. And they're specialized. So Ethan's been going here for 7 weeks now. And he had said that before that, his recovery had kind of plateaued. He wasn't seeing any improvements from then on. So these trainers, these professionals at the Draft Academy hooked him up with these, what you see on his foot there. It's kind of like a prosthesis. However, it's made for someone who hasn't lost a limb. So it actually is a mechanical device that there's a little piece of metal that goes under his shoe. So it's kind of smashed between the base of the shoe and the sole there. And it really just helps. It works with kinetic energy to keep his foot at the perfect angle in which he's able to kind of relearn and get all the neurons firing in some of the parts of his body that haven't been working in so long. He was in a coma, Garrett, for 45 days. So he lost the ability to walk. He lost the ability to talk. Clearly now he is just making strides and is, just pushing himself further and further each and every day.
Because it's no exaggeration to say that doctors thought there was a chance he never got on his feet again, let alone started working out again with the chance to try to get back on the football field.
I mean, Garrett, at the beginning, they didn't know if he was going to live.
Yeah.
And then it was like, okay, he's alive, but he won't be able to walk. Okay, now he's walking, but, the speech might not be there. I interviewed him today. Perfectly fine. It's just every no he has come across, every hurdle that's been placed in his way, just pushes right on through.
What an inspiration. Can't wait to hear your interview with him. Can't wait to hear more about this. Hannah, we really appreciate you joining us here. I just have to ask you, on a personal level, what was it like seeing this, knowing what we know about what happened, knowing the backstory here and some of the questions? What was it like for you to be there and see this?
I mean, again, I'm going to go back to that first word I used, Garrett, inspirational. It was so refreshing to see a young guy. He's 19 now, 18, of course, when all of this happened. Like you said, Fox 35 covered it when the shooting first happened. And, we had very little details back then. And now to see this person, this young male, he's an athlete, he's had every reason to be I'm going to sit down. I'm going to sit this out. I'm not going to do anymore. I'm not going to get back on the field. And again, that's not his mental attitude. He wants to get back. He wants to get better. He wants to continue succeeding in life and with his football career. So we're, of course, all in his corner, rooting for him. So it is great to see Garrett.
Oh, there is no doubt we're cheering for him. He has so many folks cheering for him around this area. And if he has proven everyone wrong, any doubters. So there is no doubt at this point, whatever he sets his mind to, he'll do.
And Garrett, he's actually going to be back on the field tomorrow. So I was saving this nugget for my story coming up at Fox 35 News at 6, but he is going to be back on the field tomorrow with his team, reuniting with many of them that he hasn't seen in months. That's ahead of their home opener happening tomorrow. So that's going to be a little bit of exciting news. I do have more details on that coming up at 6, so you guys will have to stay tuned for that.
All right, Hannah, we sure will. Thanks so much for joining us here on Florida Live. Love ending the show here on such a positive note.
Great, Garrett. Thank you.
So yeah, you're going to want to stay tuned to see her interview and hear more from Ethan and his family coming up a little bit later. Well, we're out of time here on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us. Our live streaming news coverage does continue next if you are joining us on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, our digital platforms. So keep it right here for more of that. As we wrap up here on Fox 35, let me give you a live look at Daytona Beach. Things getting a little bit darker. Have a good afternoon.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to give you a look into some things that we're watching live here. This is from outside the courthouse there in Plymouth, Massachusetts, where we are still awaiting a verdict in the trial of Lindsay Clancy, the trial that has, quite frankly, taken the country and even the world by storm. We talked a little bit earlier about the timeline here. Jury going into deliberation yesterday around 12:30 p.m. before being dismissed around 4 p.m. and told to reconvene at 9 this morning. And the jury's been in that room since 9 this morning, except for one time where they did have a note for the judge. It wasn't quite clear what they were requesting from the judge at first, but Fox News reporting did reveal the jury had asked to be able to see 2 bags of pills and a knife. So if we do get that verdict, we're not sure if or when that's going to happen, but we will take that live for you right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Again, not sure when that's going to happen. This is a pretty tricky case here, so it could take quite some time. Well, earlier this morning, Fox 35's Garrett Weimer got to speak with Theron White and Drew Smith about some very exciting Disney updates, among them being the International Food and Wine Festival starting at Epcot for the 30th anniversary, some new looks at Lakeshore Lodge, the brand new hotel opening near the Magic Kingdom next year, as well as some behind-the-scenes looks at the magic of Disney animation, Tropical Americas, Monstropolis coming to Hollywood Studios, all of that and more. Garrett got to speak with them and get a little sneak peek of all the exciting things coming to Disney.
People who look forward to this every single year, the return of the International Food and Wine Festival at Epcot. And this is a special one because it's the 30th anniversary.
Yeah, it has been going along for a long time. I think I was 4 months old when this event officially began, and one of the things I love about this year is that they have brought back some of those food items from the initial year in 1996. So if you hear about some of the best items that were there, and maybe you never got to visit during that time, they've actually transformed the festival passport this year to show you some of the fan favorite items throughout the year. We've got ones from 2008, 2009, 2002, and all the way back to 1996. And I really love that Disney's kind of taking this anniversary moment, adding that into not only their merchandise, but letting you try some of the items that maybe haven't been around for 2 decades.
I fully agree with Theron. I think my favorite part about this year's Food and Wine is not just the fact that they're recognizing that those are fan favorite offerings, but also the fact that you have some little 30th anniversary decorations at the front of the park and at the entrance to World Showcase. And another surprise moment that I absolutely loved, Theron was out there standing in the sun with me while I was capturing this, is that in the very back of the park in the Germany pavilion, there's the Germany train garden, and they have added a lot of new things to that garden, fully enhanced the entire display, and now they actually have miniature Food and Wine Festival booths. So you want to see something really cool and really fun, head to the back of the park, Germany Pavilion. But between all those food offerings and then the merchandise and the festival stuff in the back of the park and the concerts, it's a good time for sure.
I imagine the tables attached to the railing going to be a big hit if it hasn't been already.
Kind of, yeah. What's funny is I was actually looking for those when I was going around World Showcase, and they're not as obvious as you would first think. That being said, there's 2 things. I have seen people that have been using the new trash cans with kind of the rounded top. I did still saw people use those, and so it's not like they're so round you can't put food on them if that's what you want to do. But I did also notice specifically in the back of World Showcase, it looks like Disney has added a lot more picnic tables, a lot more standing tables. They've acknowledged this. I think Disney's known, the entire time that it's very hard to find seating sometimes when you're at the Food and Wine Festival, especially if you go like on a Saturday evening. And so they constantly are adding more and more and more. And with the loss of kind of their makeshift tables with these trash cans, they've now added some additional spots to sit, some additional spots to stand. So yesterday I was there, very first day, the middle of lunch, and even then I was able to easily find a spot. Now, a Saturday evening, that could be different, but I will say, at least from my perspective, it was easier this year than it was last year.
I would imagine it set your beer on top of one of those rounded trash cans at your own risk, though.
Yes, you got to be real careful.
It's like a game and
stand out to you. What's the best thing that you think people should check out?
In my opinion, well, I think it's not a secret to those of you who followed all of our Muppets coverage with Rock and Roller Coaster, but my favorite little area is the brewing lab at the Odyssey. That's right next to Test Track over in World Celebration. Dr. Bunsen Honeydew and Beaker kind of have taken over that space, serving wings and pickle spears, and there's a pickle milkshake. So that's all air conditioned, and kind of adding on to what we just talked about with seating, there actually is seating in there. Now, yesterday it was very busy and very popular, and getting a seat was tough, but as that festival kind of breaks in and people get that out of their system and check it out, and there's less people, I would definitely say head over to the Odyssey and see the Muppet stuff, and there's videos of them on the wall and just those fun offerings, and a lot of people were getting the wings and the pickle milkshakes, just kind of like, what's that? Let's try that. So fun stuff over there, in my opinion.
Yeah, if you're trying to get some pickles, that is the spot to find pickles at Epcot. It's got every version of a pickle you can get. I had the pickle milkshake when it debuted in 2023, and it sounds bad. It's actually really good. It's like a savory milkshake, and maybe, if you're kind of iffy about it, you don't want to try it, obviously don't be forced. I wouldn't say it's the best thing at the event, but if you're someone that's a little bit more adventurous, the pickle milkshake, it actually wasn't half bad. For myself, when I was looking at the food items throughout this year, I went around and was actually trying to specifically find some of those 30th anniversary or highlight options, and that was some of my favorite for the first day. As we all know, there are so many food and drink options when it comes to this event, and you're never going to try them all. So when you're going down the list and looking, Disney has actually put a number 30, a little icon that's right next to those food items that lets you know that this is a highlight returning option, and that's what I did. I was just going through the countries grabbing this and grabbing that, and my favorite was actually one from back past in 2009 from the Argentina booth, which isn't currently here, but they brought it back at a different booth. You get 3 slices of steak, you get some wonderful grilled onions, some peppers, and some potatoes. And for me, for its price, I was pretty happy with it. I thought that was a lot more than I was kind of expecting, but there's a ton of stuff. There's even the Goizas of the Galaxy. They brought a new basil pesto dumpling, and that's going to be near Guardians of the Galaxy. So if you're looking for new food items, they got a ton of new, they've got a ton of old. Good luck to your stomach and your wallet, though.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And we know sometimes there's big crowds out there for the Food and Wine Festival. Do you have any hacks anything that maybe some advice to help people kind of manage their time out at Epcot for the Food and Wine Festival?
Well, I think Theron and I kind of actually did this perfectly yesterday, is that whenever the booths first opened yesterday around 11 a.m., a lot of people were at the front of the park, checking out merchandise, going to the Muppet Brewing Lab, but World Showcase was pretty quiet. The walkways were very empty. So at least from our experience yesterday, even on the first day with a lot of crowds, I would say start in the back of the park and then make your way up to the front, because it was super chill and just being able to enjoy the atmosphere and not having a lot of lines. You could probably knock out a few booths in the back and then head up to the front once everyone kind of checks that stuff out and then moves on to the attractions for the day.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, that's a good way to be able to go and explore the countries, to be able to kind of enjoy it with the least amount of people. Because if you're going to get there in the evening and you're going to go straight to the countries at 5 or 6 o'clock, so is the rest of the park. And that's usually very popular, especially with all of the concerts they have at night. They're great concerts. They have some big bands, especially if you love 70s and 80s bands. To be able to see them come back, and maybe you haven't seen them for years, to have them in that park and have it included with theme park admission, it's all great. But so does everybody at Epcot goes, oh, I should go right back to those 3 countries in America and Japan. They're going to get slammed, and usually it's going to stay like that until the fireworks. If you love a big crowd, if you love that concert, if you love that energy, it's great. But if you want to kind of avoid it, do kind of what we did yesterday and kind of flop around. Go grab some of those rides in the evening, specifically something like a Spaceship Earth, Guardians of the Galaxy Test Track. If you go to those rides at 7:30 or later, you're going to see those wait times begin to plummet.
Yeah, wish me luck. We're going this weekend. We wanted to see Hanson at the Eat to the Beat, and it's the first weekend. I know it's going to be busy, but we're looking forward to it. We'll make it work one way or another, and certainly have a good time out there. Now let's talk about a couple of other things here, because I know there's been a lot of Disney news coming out, and we now have an opening date for Disney's Lakeshore Lodge.
Yeah, this is the newest resort coming to Walt Disney World. It officially opens on July 1st, 2027. This is in the Magic Kingdom area, over kind of surrounded by Bay Lake. And one of the funny things is that they actually changed the name from Disney Lakeshore Lodge to Disney's Lakeshore Lodge. That's like the most little detail that I just thought was funny. But the bookings actually open this October, and we've learned a lot about this resort over the last few weeks and months, from this new series that Disney's calling Letters from Lakeshore, kind of revealing the lobby, to the outdoor recreation area called the Wetlands, with these really fun, larger-than-life animal sculptures. In my opinion, there's a lot of things that are very appealing about this resort, and then there's part of it that's just not. So I'm really curious to kind of see how this all plays out, what the actual final product looks like. But now we know that it's opening next July, so I guess head over to Disney Parks blog. There's a lot of fantastic details and concept art over there.
Yeah, for Drew mentioning, one of the parts that has stood out to me the most has been all of their water features. The fact that we have a lazy river, we have larger than life creations of what's going to be there for kids if they want to go in the kids area. But one of my all favorites that they have released is that there's going to be a pool specifically designed for fireworks viewing. Now, if you're staying at the Polynesian or the Grand Floridian, you're kind of expecting to see some of those fireworks. But this hotel is going to be a little bit farther back. It's near the campground, and it's one of those things where you go, well, maybe I'll see them. I don't know if the trees are going to block it. So Disney specifically saying, hey, we have a spot for you to chill in the water on a summer night and still see those fireworks. I also have to imagine, because they mentioned that they're going to pump in some of that music. And if I had the option between seeing a fireworks show with a bunch of people standing in a park, which is a lot of fun, or chilling in a pool and doing it, I think I'm going to choose the pool every single time. And so when it comes to this resort, definitely the number one feature to me has been the fact that it is lakeside, and you're going to be able to check out some of the natural water and the water that you can play in.
Now, we're also getting a behind-the-scenes look at the magic of Disney animation. What do we know about that now?
Yeah, just a reminder that this is like a very classic Disney going back to their roots. Honestly, probably my most anticipated opening alongside Rock and Roller Coaster for this entire year here at Walt Disney World. This is our final major opening for 2026, and it officially opens on September 14th at Hollywood Studios, back in that newly redesigned animation courtyard that we've talked about so many times. But the fun new detail that we got is they actually revealed like that entrance courtyard with all these characters. It's kind of them inviting us into their open house, because the storyline for the magic of Disney animation is honoring that short film, Once Upon a Studio, where the characters jump out of those portraits and then they're coming out and coming to play and have fun with us. So them saying, hey, we've escaped our little portraits, here's this open house, come have fun with us. It's just a little teaser for what's to come in September, but I'm really looking forward to seeing that Olaf animatronic soon. But for now, this is just the appetizer for the main entree.
Yeah, Drew and I might sound like a broken record this year because we keep saying Disney back to its roots, Disney back to its roots. Even when we look at the Food and Wine Festival, like we were just saying, they're literally throwing back to the original years, and even some of that merchandise they had. It's got like a carpet-looking front, and it looks like some of the old Epcot carpet on the front of the shirts that you can buy. And so the fact that they're throwing back to that, now we have the animation courtyard and all the things that Disney has been doing this year, 2026, they said, we understand. There was a Disney time that you loved, and we're bringing it back, and it's just piece by piece by piece. And I feel like this is almost kind of a grand finale for this year to kind of explain, you love these characters. You love the way they were. We understand. We're bringing them back. We're doing exactly what you asked. And I cannot wait for people to see the inside of this just from the things that we've been previewed so far. Even what we just saw in the courtyard. I mean, that courtyard is one of the sleeper hits of the entire year, not just for Disney, but just all theme parks in Florida. Family love meeting these characters and seeing those interactions. I mean, you can't go there and not feel the Disney magic. And we're standing outside in the Florida sun. So when we get to go inside for the AC, where Disney can manufacture that specifically with lighting and special effects and even more interactives, I really think that fans are going to learn to love this, and it might be one of the new fan favorite areas for families at all of Walt Disney World. I'm very excited to see this open.
Yeah, I fully agree with Aaron, and it's funny kind of adding on to what you said about the courtyard. I was literally at Hollywood Studios yesterday, just sitting on a bench on my phone looking at Twitter, and Donald walked up to me, gave me a fist bump, and we talked for a few minutes just because there's no lightning lanes. You don't have to wait in a line. It's just fun, natural Disney magic. And some of those characters are going to be actually moving inside the magic of Disney animation, but the guest feedback has been so strong. I'm very hopeful we're going to see that courtyard and the inside for the actual typical meet and greet spaces all kind of come together for a good recipe. So a lot to look forward to just in a couple weeks at Hollywood Studios.
Yeah, return to roots in many ways, but also a lot of changes coming specifically to places like Animal Kingdom and Hollywood Studios. Let's talk about Tropical Americas and Monstropolis, because we know there's been a lot going on with the construction of those new areas.
Yeah, I feel like when we talk about the Tropical Americas, we do know a lot of information. We have seen a lot of construction, and it is a build-on of Disney's new speed. When we used to joke about how long they were taking, you can't say that about Tropical Americas, and you can't say that about when we look at the Muppets or Back to the Courtyard. Every time I go there, I'm like, oh, look, they finished an entire new building, or that thing has been demolished, or they've changed this over here. So we've gotten some new information. I got to say that the Indiana Jones, learning that we're going to have this jade snake, and we're going to be able to go and see this gigantic animatronic inside of the previous dinosaur attraction, now the Indiana Jones attraction. I love that. I did the Disneyland version of the ride over with Indiana Jones. It is so much fun. I love dinosaur, but I have a soft spot for the Indiana Jones storyline. So the fact that we're getting a new original storyline for that, and it's going to be based off of Harrison Ford. For anyone that doesn't know, like the other Indiana Jones weren't really based off of him. It was based off like the idea of him. So now that we really get Harrison Ford, he's going to be modeled and he's built for this attraction. I think that's going to be a really fun aspect. But I know that Drew has got to speak about this because he loves this land and he has been following this. I mean, since it was before it was even dirt, before it was the old buildings, now to dirt, now back up. Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, no, I wanted to let you lead with that one, just some of the details we got out of D23. And this whole land, like Theron said, I'm more excited for this land than I think maybe anything Imagineering has ever done. Like, this is probably the most quintessential classic Disney project we're going to see at Walt Disney World in the foreseeable future. And it has 3 attractions, shopping, characters, all that stuff. And I was just at Animal Kingdom yesterday, and like Theron said, the work is moving fast. Like, I was at Animal Kingdom a month ago, and my visit yesterday, literally, there's brand new rock work, the casita for the actual Encanto attraction. Like, you can see the entire landscape if you're walking into Animal Kingdom now. And just the fact that, like, that's there. It's no longer a blueprint. It's not concept art. It is literally there in front of your eyes. You can see exactly where everything is going to be. So just looking at Encanto, Indiana Jones, that Disney animal carousel, like, there's just so much here that I'm like, yep, that's perfect. Yep, that's perfect. Yep, that's perfect. So yeah, there's no denying that Disney had a rough few years. Like, there's no problem with acknowledging that. The new leadership team, though, understands that the old leadership team made mistakes. And that's where I think is the biggest differentiating point, is that I'm always seeing people say, well, Tron took 5 years. Yeah, that was an intentional choice by the old leadership team. The people leading the parks right now, they weren't involved with that stuff. So we've seen a clear shift into getting this stuff into the parks as quickly as possible with a higher quality than we had before.
And to that end, Monstropolis moving right along, and something that that is going to open, not the ride there, but they've been making good progress on that. And that's, you know, as we learned at D23, going to be opening pretty soon.
Yeah, building on top of the fact that things are going faster. We know that not even just this, but also Carousel of Progress is going to open up next spring. And then a little bit later, sometime in 2027, they didn't give us the exact timeline, but we had been expecting that Monstropolis as a whole was going to open probably in 2028. And it appears that the main roller coaster is still going to probably do that. But Disney said, hey, we're ahead of schedule. And you never hear that when you hear about theme park construction. So they said, we're just going to open up the front half of the land. Do you want to go to Harryhausen's and do you want to get some sushi and live that experience? Do you want to go see the monsters have their own stage show? Go ahead. We're basically ready to go. And I love to see that and I love to hear that. And it just adds more capacity. Not everything should be phased. Not every theme park land should do that. But I think this one kind of works out because the roller coaster is going to be far enough back. You'll see that like the facade and all of that is going to be done. So it won't really ruin the experience. And I love to see that if Disney's ready early and we can go into these new restaurants and experiences, why not?
Yeah, I fully agree. And I think the thing with Monstropolis that I think is really cool is that we're kind of starting to see some of those theming details emerge on the facades right now in the park. So Scott Malwitz, the executive creator director of the land, is kind of talking about how when you're going into a monster world, you're expecting certain themed elements like the fangs and the spikes and the horns and all that. If you walk in right now, you're seeing how they're kind of transforming these facades into monster elements, specifically over at Archie's Scare Pig Pizza. I love that name so much. It's just absolutely brilliant. I love saying it. That's replacing Pizza Rizzo, and if you look up, you can see all those facades coming to life. So again, like Theron said, that roller coaster is not opening probably until 2028. This is just the front half of the land, but you have a brand new attraction theater shown there, shopping and dining. So I am looking forward to it. And again, I wasn't expecting that next year. So it's a fun surprise. Good stuff to come there too.
And finally here, we're just about out of time, but let's talk about We Call It Imagineering, a new episode of that releasing today. What can we expect?
Yeah, just real quick before we go, just that if you want to really learn into how Imagineers do this, head over to their Walt Disney Imagineering YouTube channel, and you can get a fantastic, about probably 20-minute behind-the-scenes look into what's to come from the people on the ground. So just wanted to highlight that. Go support those people building these projects on YouTube.
All right, good stuff. Theron White, lead publisher of EYMTK.info. Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude. Always love talking with you guys. Thanks for joining us, and have a great weekend.
Bye, guys.
Always great to chat.
Pretty exciting stuff coming to the Disney parks within the next year, even 2 years. Lots to look forward to. We're about to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but wanted to let you know we're still eyeing this courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts to see if there might be any news from the jury, from the courtroom, anything that could be happening right there with the Lindsay Clancy trial. We're going to take a quick break and be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. Earlier this morning, I had the pleasure to speak with Ashley Edwards and Sarah Barkley from UNation for our weekly community crossroads, telling you all of the fun things happening right here in Central Florida that you can do this weekend.
Joining us today are Ashley Edwards and Sarah Barkley from UNation for our weekly community crossroads segment. Let's hear what's going on this weekend, guys. We have a lot on the docket. Halloween Horror Nights, Taste Central Florida. Lots going on. Ashley, do you want to kick us off with Halloween Horror Nights?
Do I ever want to kick you off with Halloween Horror Nights? It's something about Central Florida. We are really into summer all the time, but when it comes to fall, we are in fall, and spooky season starts in August, especially with the kickoff of Halloween Horror Nights, probably the most iconic Halloween event that we have here in Central Florida at Universal Studios. And the first night it's open is tonight, and this event runs through November 1st. So there's plenty of opportunity for you guys to experience the thrill of Halloween Horror Nights. The event is from 6:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. at Universal Studios Florida, and there are a ton of highlights, but I'll try to keep it high level and give you guys some pro tips. So this year for Stay and Scream, one, you could either opt in to stay at a Universal hotel and you can get early access to the parks. Also is a really great commute back to your bed at the end of a night at 2 o'clock in the morning. But you can also get Scream early ticket access where you can actually get in the park as early as 2 p.m. That is just about 4 hours ahead of normal HHN opening time. And they will have major houses opening from that 2 to 6:30 p.m. So you can even get a jump on all those lines before the gates even open. And my personal pro tip is that if you're going, especially if you're going at 6:30 when those gates open, head to the back first to do the houses in the back of the map at the openings. Sarah's nodding her head and agreeing. And then do the houses at the front last, because people typically go front to back. So you are going to want to go back to front. Let's talk a little bit about the houses you guys can look forward to. I think the most anticipated house of the year is indeed Stranger Things 5. I know I am so psyched about Stranger Things 5, but they also have a ton of other really cool IPs like Ozzy Osbourne, Prince of Darkness has his own house this year, and also Sinners has their own house, and I'm so excited to see Michael B. Jordan's pop up literally everywhere. And then one of the original concepts I'm hearing a lot of really great things about is the Cybergoria House, which is a dystopian sci-fi theme where cold machines are forcing unwanted eternal life onto humans. So thinking Terminator vibes, The Matrix, even little Doctor Who in there. I'm a big sci-fi gal myself, so I'm really excited about this original concept. And of course, they have a ton of great food options. There's Elle's Battery Jerky at Stranger Things 5, which is mac and cheese, literally with beef jerky pieces inside the mac and cheese. They have a rigatoni, or a ritual pie, which is a piece of cheese pizza with rigatoni a la vodka and sausage on top of the pizza. Literally food coma. And they also have a ton of great desserts. They have a walking taco like they usually do, and a ton of themed cocktails, so you won't go hungry literally at HHN this year.
Seeing all of that's so helpful because I'm going tonight for the first night. So I will definitely be sure to take your advice and go straight to the back and do the front houses last. So that is excellent advice for people who are going tonight. Thank you so much. And then let's hear a little bit about Taste Central Florida.
Yeah, so Taste Central Florida is a combined community effort right here in Central Florida where we're bringing the community together for the goal to ensure that kids don't go to bed hungry. It is a fundraiser that benefits the Coalition of Homeless and a Second Harvest Food Bank right here in Central Florida. It is a huge gala event happening tonight from 6:30 to 11 p.m. at the Marriott over on World Center Drive. And there is so much happening. You'll be able to sample signature dishes from over 70 Central Florida restaurants and chefs. And yes, all the food tastings are available for free, included with your ticket price. So some of these local vendors that you can look forward to tasting from include Luke's, Wine Bar George, Hawkers, Cafe 22 Tango, and a ton more, probably a lot of new ones that you haven't experienced yet as well. They also have a ton of beverage vendors, over 50 actually, with some local wine, beer, crafts, cocktails, other specialty beverage, and non-alcoholic options. So Forward Stash Distillery is going to be there, Ivanhoe Park, Crooked Can, plus a ton of non-alcoholic vendors too, if you're wanting to come to this gala and have a night and maybe not drink as well. Enjoy live entertainment throughout the entire evening, from stilt walkers to photo opportunities to DJs and dancing. They're going to have silent auctions and raffles, so you can walk home with some prizes and goodies. So essentially, this is a great event for you to discover new local restaurants and culinary favorites, all for a great cause. Now, this event is 21 plus and a little elevated, so think cocktail attire for a night out. This is a great date night with the family and, well, I'm sorry, with the parents. Leave the kids at home. Parking is available on site, either self-parking or valet. And honestly, tickets, you can buy them online or you can get them at the door, general admission. They will still be available.
So just a couple of fun things there that you can expect to see in Orlando over the weekend. If you want to watch the rest of that interview, you can find it on the Fox 35 YouTube page. Well, we are out of time here with Fox 35 News Plus. Again, nothing really happening there in Plymouth, Massachusetts. No verdict just yet in the trial of Lindsay Clancy. But as Ashley and Sarah said, there are a couple of things you can look forward to this weekend. Want to give you a beautiful view of downtown Orlando right there before we hand things off to our Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologists. But from all of us here at Fox 35 News Plus's streaming team, have a good night.